interview most of them. So, the government has never set eyes on these 700,000 some individuals. We do know that more than 1,500 of them have had their DACA revoked because of subsequent criminal convictions and or gang activity. That information did come out. At a certain point, Senator Grassley asked for information and found that very early in the program already 282 people with DACA were discovered to have been gang members. And ICE did go and arrest 80 of the 282, but most of them they just released. Some of them they revoked their DACA status, but most of them they didn't make any effort to deport them.
Oh, wonderful!
They just let them stay. So, now ICE is going after some of those, but it takes time. And a lot of them, they should never have received it to begin with. Most of them are not. Even have not had any college education. They're working in low-paying jobs. Most of them are not necessarily, horrible people. They're just regular people. But, why do we have an amnesty for regular people and give work permits to just regular people when we have 4 million legal immigrants who are being sponsored by family members or employers who want to put them to work in this country in some kind of specialized occupation, who have a college degree? They have to wait in line. So, it's not that this is a special population, but it's kind of the price that we have paid for not enforcing our immigration laws to begin with.
We're talking with Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies. Last question before I let you go, Jessica. We also learned earlier in this week that the Trump administration has decided to continue a deal negotiated with Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull under the Obama administration to accept all these boat people. It's like more than 1,000 refugees from Iraq, Syria, Iran, I believe, maybe Somalia. Why in the hell is the Trump administration agreeing to accept boat people from Australia?
That is the question of the month. This is crazy. These are Australia's asylum rejects that they wouldn't even let set foot in Australia because they didn't qualify for asylum, they thought, and they were from all these sketchy countries. It's a good question. I don't know. Donald Trump said it was a bad deal or a dumb deal, I think he called it, when it was after Obama negotiated this. In exchange, Australia agreed to take a handful of Central American asylum seekers. This is not a good deal. I don't know why we're going through with it. I hope there's some good reason that nobody knows about, but it seems crazy to be taking these people. They should be sent back to their home countries, or some other solution should be found. There doesn't seem to be any need to bring him here, except maybe he's just trying to keep the word of the United States.
Well, maybe, Donald, there's a chance that President Trump will see the video that leaked of Malcolm Turnbull mocking him at some private event that wasn't supposed to be made public, and maybe once he sees that, he might reverse his decision on this. But I guess there's always hope. Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies, thank you for joining us here on this Friday night. Have a great weekend.
You too, Steve. Always hoping.
All right, that was Jessica Vaughn, a frequent guest of the Howie Carr Show. Always appreciate her insights about the immigration situation here in the country, and I do hope that with the Trump administration, there's more openness to providing groups, conservative groups like Judicial Watch, the Center for Immigration Studies, with information that can help us make our public policy arguments. Because that's an advantage that the left has always enjoyed over us. They always have their friends in the government providing data to help them make their arguments. While the Obama administration and some of the previous Democratic administrations, they can just sit on information that would reflect poorly on progressive policies. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. On the other side, we'll have the poll question, and we'll talk a little bit about the verdict here in Massachusetts for the young woman who sent text messages encouraging her boyfriend to commit suicide, which she ultimately did. You can give us a call, 1-844-500-4242. I'm Steve Robinson. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next. Father's Day is coming. Don't buy Dad another tie or pair of socks. Get Howie Carr's 5 for Father's Day package. It's 5 great gifts your dad is sure to love, including a 15-minute helicopter tour of New Hampshire's seacoast, an in-studio VIP experience at the Howie Carr Studios, a copy of Howie's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, a Howie Carr Show t-shirt, and a Howie Carr Show hat. Dad is going to love this package. Order now at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. Father's Day is coming. Get Dad a gift he'll love. Howie Carr's 5 for Father's Day package. 5 great gifts. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
Are you sick and tired of waking up during the night to go? Those constant interruptions during the day? A common problem for men of a certain age. Well, after a few months of taking Prostate Revive, this is no longer an issue for me, and it doesn't have to be for you either. This all-natural formula created by renowned holistic physician Dr. David Brownstein was formulated to target those uncomfortable issues related to prostate health. I'm proof that all-natural Prostate Revive takes care of my prostate issues. I'm sleeping restfully through the night, and everyone knows that a great night's sleep is critical to a productive day. Prostate Revive works for me, and I know it can work for you too. The people at Prostate Revive are offering my listeners a special deal to try Prostate Revive. That's right, my listeners can get a 30-day supply risk-free. Just pay $4.95 to cover shipping and handling. So do what I did. Revive your prostate with Prostate Revive. Call 1-800-300-2700. 1-800-300-2700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
Are you a veteran? Or maybe you consider yourself a dysfunctional veteran. Good news, there's a store just for you. It's called the Dysfunctional Veteran Store, with t-shirts and sweatshirts that get the message across loud and clear, like this black t-shirt that says boldly across the front, Dysfunctional Veteran, leave me alone. And then there's the t-shirt that takes a major dig at the VA. It says, the VA, giving veterans a second chance to die for their country since 1930. How'd you like to wear that around? Are you a dysfunctional veteran? Shop the Dysfunctional Veteran Store at mydvstore.com. That's mydvstore.com. And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish he'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Howie took the slide to go do one of his famous Kennedy Babylon shows. And if you missed it earlier this hour, breaking news out of Alexandria, Virginia. James T. Hodgkinson, the Daily Caller, is reporting now. The man who attempted a mass assassination of Republican members of Congress. It turns out that the FBI found on him a list of Republicans, including Mo Brooks, Jeff Duncan, and Trent Franks, all members of the House Freedom Caucus. And this seems particularly outrageous to me because as late as yesterday, the FBI was insisting that they were still in search of a motive here. Today's poll question is brought to you by SimpliSafe. From your phone case to the PIN number on your debit card, think of everything you do to protect the things in your pocket. So why not take those same precautions when it comes to your home security? SimpliSafe can help you protect your home and family. Get a 10% discount today at simplysafehowie.com. That's simplysafehowie.com. And the poll question that we've been asking today involves Michelle Carter. She's, I believe, now 20 years old, but she was convicted today by a judge of involuntary manslaughter. In this case, she was texting her boyfriend who was distraught, depressed, reportedly on antidepressant medications, and the texts that she sent were nasty. They were inhumane. They were evil, I think it describes it. But she was encouraging him to commit suicide, and he ultimately did take his own life. And I'm actually 73% say yes, they agree with the verdict, but I find myself in the no column here. And I think that, one, you can't deny human agency in this situation. You can't deny free will. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what nasty things were said to him by someone who was close and someone who was manipulating him. It was his decision to take his own life, and in any of these criminal acts or in any activity of human life, you can't deny moral agency and you can't deny free will, because I think that leads us down a bad path. Now, I'm pleased with the outcome. I think she deserves some punishment here, but I'm worried that we're creating a precedent for people to be wrongly punished for the things that they say. I mean, like, what would there have been a crime here if the victim, I guess he's now a victim because they're saying it's a crime, but if the Mr. Roy hadn't taken his life, would there have been a crime here? I don't know if there was. I don't know if there would have been. And I think that if the people of Massachusetts or the people of the United States agree that texting someone and goading them into committing suicide should be a crime or should fall into the category of first-degree manslaughter, rather than having a judge just have this creative interpretation of the law, just pass a law. Pass a new law that says that if you goad someone into committing suicide, that's going to be manslaughter. I think that's the proper way to deal with it. And I don't know what the implications will be of this interpretation, but I'm worried, as always, about free speech in this situation. We're going to take a break right now. Coming up next, we'll have town hall columnist Kurt Schlichter. He'll weigh in on the events of the week. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numanna, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numanna are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr here on this Friday evening. And joining us now on the program is the author of Indian Country, a fascinating new novel. And he's a town hall columnist, and he's a frequent guest of the Howie Carr Show. Kurt Schlichter, thank you for being on the program.
Well, thank you, and thank you for not misgendering me.
Well, of course. Well, I know that you're from California, the state of Kamala Harris. You're not from Oregon, where they've now included the X. Yeah, I'm gonna put that on you. You're gonna be held to account for giving us Kamala Harris.
Oh my God, that woman is so dumb. I've met smarter minerals.
Oh, but you don't understand. She's more sinned against than sinning. She's been interrupted a few times. Can you believe it? The audacity of a Republican senator to interrupt Kamala Harris.
Well, she's too weak and passive to hold her own. It's not my fault.
See, now you're microaggressing, Kurt. So, Kurt, we just learned the Daily Caller is reporting that the lunatic Bernie Sanders supporting socialist 66-year-old man from Illinois who tried to kill a bunch of Republicans had a list in his pocket of Republican names. I think we can safely put to bed the search, the ongoing eternal search for a motive of anybody who commits an act that liberals don't approve of.
Well, it was really an attack of all of us, except it just sort of was like focused on the people the liberals hate.
Yeah, exactly. Was it that the Washington Post editorial this was an attack on all of us?
Yeah, no. Dude, they are really not going to like the new rules. I spent time overseas where they had this kind of rules, and I got to say it worked out poorly for the people who started it.
Well, one of the things that is always just kind of funny is watching liberals humiliate themselves whenever they have to report about guns. I mean, I don't consider myself an expert on firearms, but I do own some firearms, and I know enough not to make the basic mistakes about high capacity barrels and fully automatic machine guns. I mean, to think of it, I mean, there's still some people who believe that this guy had an AK-47.
It's not enough that they're stupid. They have to be proudly and militantly stupid, and they're proud they don't understand what they're talking about and what they're trying to tell us what to do about. They're proud of it. Of course, I don't know anything about guns. Well, look, ignorance is a bad thing. Remember science and all that, education. Remember, I'm supposed to read a book because, I'm stupid because I didn't get a gender studies degree at Gumbo State like you did. Remember that?
It really is remarkable how quickly the mainstream media is trying to treat this like old news. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't even hear a thing about this in the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN next week or over the weekend. But if the shoe was on the other foot, you can bet that we'd be hearing about this forever. Like, for example, Gabby Giffords had a naval destroyer named after her. Do you think that we're going to be looking at the USS Steve Scalise anytime soon?
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen. Super likely. Yeah, it's almost certain. Oh my gosh! Look, this is just such a bad idea on their part because these people come along and they think that this culture, this society, this political structure that they were blessed with by the founding fathers. It just sort of happened, and that it's going to continue to give them the protections and the benefits they'd enjoy, no matter how much they symbolically treat it like Occupy treats cop cars. And it's like if you have a house and you take a sledgehammer to the foundation, should you really be surprised when the house collapses and you don't have a house anymore? Because that's the road I see these nitwits going on. They think they can destroy the norms, rules, and traditions of our society, and yet still reap the same protections. Because I got to tell you, the Constitution and all the rights in it don't protect guys like us. Because guys like us have all the guns. Guys like us run things in uncivilized countries. So it protects them. If they want to change the rules so the guys with the power have the power, well, they're not going to like how that works out. I find it really, really disturbing that I'm being, my culture is being undermined by people who've never been in a fist fight.
I'm talking with Kurt Schlichter. He's the author of Indian Country out in paperback. You can get it on Amazon. I'm really looking forward to reading it. And this is Steve Robinson, by the way, filling in for Howie Carr. Now, Kurt, I know you're more informed than average about Cuba issues. I assume you watched some of Donald Trump's speech down in Florida about reversing some parts of Barack Obama's policy with regard to Cuba.
Well, let me tell you, I'm honored to be married to an American by choice. She and her family escaped from Cuba. Her grandfather spent decades in a Cuban prison for daring to speak out against Castro. That's the same guy these bastards these liberals hug and idolize and frankly want to emulate. Thank God we have the Second Amendment. And to see Donald Trump go down there and unequivocally embrace freedom and unequivocally say we will not play footsie with a bunch of dictators who throw people in jail because they say things they don't like. Thank God. What a change from that scumbag, dirtbag, dictator-licking loser president we used to have. And thank God we didn't end up with Hillary Clinton, because God knows what she would have done with him.
And, you know, I think one of the good things that's going to come out of getting Cuba back into the news cycle is we get to see repeats of Raul Castro holding up Obama's arm and he goes all limp-wristed. I mean, what better image can you have to sum up the foreign policy of the Obama administration? But I want to play a cut real quick, Kurt, of Trump speaking, ripping into the Castro regime, just for in case, you know, people who were working didn't get a chance to see what he was saying. So bear with me for a moment.
For nearly 6 decades, the Cuban people have suffered under communist domination. To this day, Cuba is ruled by the same people who killed tens of thousands of their own citizens, who sought to spread their repressive and failed ideology throughout our hemisphere, and who once tried to host enemy nuclear weapons 90 miles from our shores. The Castro regime has shipped arms to North Korea and fueled chaos in Venezuela. While imprisoning innocents, it has harbored cop killers, hijackers, and terrorists. It has supported human trafficking, forced labor, and exploitation all around the globe. This is the simple truth of the Castro regime.
Town Hall columnist Kurt Schlichter, what's your reaction to that?
I need a cigarette and a cuddle.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Thank God we have a president who stands up for freedom.
Yeah,
I mean, and it's so revolutionary because the liberals in America don't believe in what Donald Trump just said.
No.
They don't care. They prefer Castro to fellow Americans who believe in our Constitution. That is not an exaggeration.
Well, you know, as Brian...
That is not, I'm not making something up. Hell, they just tried to murder a bunch of us the other day.
Well, as Brian Williams told us when the Obama-Cuba policy was first coming into play...
He was there.
You know, yeah, some these Cubans, they just like having their busted-out cars being hauled around by donkeys. That's just the way they prefer to live.
Yeah, it's so adorable. We have this whole little country that's so cute and quaint, and we can go visit it for a week and stay in the nice hotels, and then we get to leave, and they get to suffer. I know, because my wife's family suffers.
So, believe it or not, though, not everyone reacted to his Cuba speech the way that you and I have, Kurt. This is Jim Acosta on CNN describing what will come of President Trump's new Cuba policy.
He is ushering in a Cold War, a return to the Cold War between Washington and Havana. He made that very clear in this speech, going after the Castro government time and again, accusing the government in Havana of jailing political prisoners, of rounding up innocent people, putting them behind bars.
Yeah, I didn't even think that was an open question.
I like the accusing part. Let me tell you something. Let me lay this down. The only way any American should go to freaking Cuba is with a freaking parachute and an M16. We ought to go in there. We ought to clean those SOBs out. We ought to take Raul Castro, hand him over to the Cuban people, and watch as he strangles hanging from a lamppost. The hell with these bastards. Why are we playing footsies with these SOBs?
But they told us that capitalism, the influx of American goods and trinkets was going to lead the Cuban people to see that...
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
CNN is terrible. CNN. You with CNN? Are you with CNN? You people do not cover us accurately at all.
So what I'm going to do is span out. Show them the crowd, press. Show them the crowd. Show them the crowd. Look, they're not turning the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras because you know what? They're very dishonest people. Frankly, I don't even think they give a damn about education, half of them. And I'm sure some maybe do use that word in this form. I will. Because people want to hear the truth, Frank.
Here we are in the middle of a deal, and he doesn't call about that. One sentence, I'd say, you got to, before we start, get those people back. Used to be 3, now it's 4. Get those people. They'd be back the next hour.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Are you in the beginning of this investigation, the middle of it? I know you don't know the exact end date of when you think you'll be able to draw a conclusion, but at least give me some sense of where you are.
Well, first I can say categorically that the collusion or cooperation aspect of the investigation is not over. And as far as that goes, I'd say we're 20% into it, just to throw a number at it.
Live from an undisclosed location.
I'm actually getting more uncomfortable with this whole deal, thinking that maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And I'm bothered by the lack of emerging evidence about the underlying crime, that there was actually collusion or coordination between the Trump White House.
There's a lot of fog, but I don't see why we should be that concerned that we don't have the smoking gun yet. I mean, we're still clearing away the smoke. It seems to me the investigation will go on, and either they will find evidence of collusion or they will not.
What kind of evidence have you seen? What can you tell us?
Well, I think there is evidence. I can't go into the particulars of our closed investigation, but I also think there's evidence of obstruction. But in both cases, I would say whether there is some evidence doesn't mean that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So you don't think that the reports are accurate, that the president is under investigation by Bob Mueller for obstruction of justice?
Look, that all came from the Washington Post, and we remember what Ben Bradley, the iconic editor of the Washington Post, used to say about the Post. The Post doesn't print the truth, it prints what we're told. And I think it falls in that category. Somebody told them that, and they chose to print it.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Did you guys catch that in the introduction? Angus King, the allegedly independent senator from Maine, says that we're about 20% done with the investigation of Donald Trump's alleged collusion with Russia. Go ahead and play that one again, Grace. Cut two.
Where is the Senate Intel Committee on this investigation, timetable-wise? Are you in the beginning of this investigation, the middle of it? I know you don't know the exact end date of when you think you'll be able to draw a conclusion, but at least give me some sense of where you are.
Well, first I can say categorically that the collusion or cooperation aspect of the investigation is not over. And as far as that goes, I'd say we're 20% into it, just to throw a number at it.
So 20% into the investigation. So I did a little math to try and figure out. Then you could, if they're 20% into it now, we can extrapolate out how long Angus King thinks that this investigation is going to last. In about 600 days, if you mark the beginning of the investigation around the time that Michael Flynn resigned in mid-February, or if you want to take it from when the FBI began their investigation in July of 2016, this investigation could go for 1,650 days if Senator Angus King's timeline is right. why is he even saying something like that? God, he continues to not be the best representative of the state of Maine. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Howie will be back tomorrow. Lots of stuff going on today. We've got more on the Mueller investigation, more leaks, it turns out, from this beyond repute, very independent, high-minded investigator, but more leaks coming out from his committee and more news on who he's hiring. But I wanted to talk a little bit this first hour about the fallout from the attempted mass political assassination that has left Steve Scalise, the congressman from Louisiana, still in a hospital bed recovering. There's all kinds of nastiness going on in the media regarding Steve Scalise, who is, I think he's in serious condition, downgraded from critical. Over the weekend, the New York Times tweets out, "Fact check. Partisans falsely blamed Loretta Lynch, Tim Kaine, Bernie Sanders for Wednesday's Virginia shooting." It's a little ironic that the New York Times would choose to fact-check that when their own editorial revisited the shooting of Gabby Giffords by Jared Loughner, when they blamed that on Sarah Palin. I wonder if they can go back and fact-check that. But no, of course they won't. But even nastier than just plain hypocrisy that we've come to expect from publications like the New York Times, even nastier than that, is on MSNBC. A woman known as Joy Ann Reid, who is an anchor. I think she anchors a weekend show there. I know, like, several personalities at MSNBC. She doesn't like to pay her taxes. I don't know if she's finally paid her taxes or not. But we do know at one point in time there was a tax lien out on her because she hadn't paid several $1,000s worth of her taxes. I haven't got comment back on whether she's made good with Uncle Sam, but she has this black pastor and a leader in the NAACP on her show to smear, just flat out smear, Congressman Steve Scalise. Well, mind you, he's still in the hospital. He's undergone 3 surgeries. It's not like he was, grazed on his arm by an errant bullet. I mean, he was in critical condition for most of the weekend, undergoing multiple surgeries. And while he's fighting for his life, Joy Ann Reid decides it's a good time to bring up his politics and to smear him based on fake news. Go ahead and play cut 9, Grace.
And it's a delicate thing because, obviously everybody is wishing the congressman well and hoping that he recovers. Sure. But Steve Scalise has a history that we've all been forced to sort of ignore on race. He did come to leadership after some controversy over attending a white nationalist event, which he says he didn't know what it was.
So stop right there. That's the fake news. The fake news is Joy Ann Reid alleging, among others, there was a Politico reporter who got in on the fake news smear that Congressman Steve Scalise attended a white nationalist gathering several years ago. I think it was in 2002. Yeah. So here is what actually happened. In 2002, Steve Scalise was invited to speak at a meeting of the Jefferson Heights Civic Association. It's a very large neighborhood group down in Louisiana. It's like a Rotary or a Key Club or something like that, or a Kiwanis. It's just a neighborhood association, nonpartisan, just looks to do good things in the neighborhood, and they bring in speakers. And so there's this event at a Best Western hotel organized by Kenny Knight. And Kenny Knight, I guess, is a former aide to David Duke, who's just a disgusting character and a bona fide racist. I think anybody can agree on that. But this event at the Best Western Hotel had nothing whatsoever to do with any type of white nationalist group or agenda. Congressman Scalise spoke at this event in 2002 for like 10 to 15 minutes alongside members from the Red Cross and from the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Organization. And it was about, emergency preparedness, how to know CPR in case there's an emergency. And Scalise was apparently speaking about a slush fund. He was a state representative or a state senator at the time, and he was speaking about some slush fund that the Louisiana state legislature was debating. So it was just a perfectly mild, normal situation. 2.5 hours after Steve Scalise is done addressing the Jefferson Parish Neighborhood Association, a white supremacist group called the European American Rights Organization, they have an event there. And many years later, it becomes this smear against Steve Scalise that he went and he addressed Klansmen, basically. And that's what Joy Ann Reid is saying. He did get shot. by a left-wing Bernie bro who had a list of names in his pocket of House Freedom Caucus members. He did get shot and he is fighting for his life, but hey, we've got this fake news story report about how he might be a racist. So come on, I mean, maybe this is just his chickens coming home to roost. And it wasn't just smearing Steve Scalise based on this fake news that he's in bed with the Klan. She goes on to other aspects of his politics. Cut 10, Grace.
He also co-sponsored a bill to amend the Constitution to define marriages between a man and a woman. He voted for the House health care bill, which, as you said, would gut health care for millions of people, including 3 million children. And he co-sponsored a bill to repeal the ban on semi-automatic weapons. Because he is in jeopardy and everyone is pulling for him, are we required in a moral sense to put that aside at the moment?
Yes! Yes, you are! When a man has been shot in a political assassination and he's fighting for his life, yeah, you can stop with your fake news BS. You can stop lying about Republican healthcare efforts. You can stop lying about gun control efforts. A ban on semi-automatic weapons? Are you crazy, Joy-Ann Reid from MSNBC? This is just disgusting. And she smears a congressman who is fighting for his life in a hospital room as a racist, as someone who wants to throw children off of healthcare. And what's going to happen to her? Nothing. Nothing is going to happen to her whatsoever. She's going to continue to be one of the leading voices of the left on the news. But fortunately, though, not everybody on the left has been so lacking in compassion. Some people on the left have been able to set aside politics, and it was Barack Obama actually was able to set aside politics and send some kind words to Congressman Steve Scalise. Go ahead and play cut 11, Grace.
Like all of you, I am a fan, and I've been listening to Jay since I was a young and hungry state senator. I sampled his lyrics to close my speech at Selma. I tweeted a reference to my first song as I was putting the finishing touches on my final State of the Union address. I had to brush some dirt off my shoulders during a campaign. So I'm pretty sure I'm still the only president to listen to Jay-Z's music in the Oval Office. Jay, you have been inspiring in making me want to be active in my retirement, just like you have been in yours.
Oh, wait. Hold on. That wasn't a comment about Steve Scalise and the other victims of the biggest attempted political assassination in U.S. history. That was about Jay-Z, a guy who used to brag about trafficking in cocaine. Yeah, that's right. President Obama has been silent about this.
Okay.
President Obama hasn't said a word about this political violence.
To be fair, though, Jay-Z was just inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame.
I don't care. I don't care what he was inducted into. If he could, Barack Obama, the supposed leader on the left, this big champion of civility and democracy, the healer of the divide, he was going to restore unity to the social fabric of America, and he can't even bring himself. He's not man enough to come out and make a statement and tell all his voters and all his supporters on the left to just chill out with the political violence. Ugh, I'm sick of it. So you got Steve and Grace here taking care of you. Howie will be back tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with a poll question. The number, if you want to be a part of the program, we're gonna talk a little bit about the radical left-wing violence that we're seeing, an escalation of, and what the best response is for conservatives, for you listening right now. What is the best way for American conservatives to fight back against and resist escalating left-wing violence? I'd like to hear from you. The General Communications listener line is 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242, and you can always send us a text at 680-680. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. Back in a minute.
The Howie Carr Show.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Matthews Brothers with 1T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papageorge, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country.
Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague.
It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Some great stuff coming in on the text line. 978 asks, how come Republicans or news people never bring up the name Robert Byrd when being challenged by a racist Democrat? Yeah, well, here's the thing. When Joy Ann Reid was doing this show over the weekend, there wasn't anyone there to challenge her. She had a friendly, like-minded guest on with her who basically just agreed that, yeah, he might be fighting for his life, but these partisan little attacks, these snips are more important. Another one says, 781 says, Joy Reid is just jealous that James Hodgkinson, the shooter, liked Rachel Maddow better. 802 says, hey, Steve, what if somebody had said something about Gabby Giffords after she got shot? Exactly. What if someone had come out to attack her politics and said, well, Gabby Giffords, she pushes for gun control, so maybe this was just an act of self-defense. That would be an awful thing to say, but that is analogous in this situation. it's just the complete and utter lack of morality for Joy Ann Reid to go out there and say, do we have a moral burden to not attack people who are fighting for their lives? Do we? This is a very moral dilemma that we need to ponder. So we're going to talk this hour about what the response should be to left-wing violence, whether it's on college campuses from UC Berkeley to Middlebury to the attempted shooting down in Alexandria. What is the proper response to not just left-wing violence, but just left-wing radicalism? What is it? What is incumbent upon American conservatives to respond to this? Because it absolutely merits a response, a strong response from American conservatives. So the poll question kind of gets to this. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Amazing Grace on the board today. What is the poll question and what are the results thus far?
The play Julius Caesar has been interrupted twice by protesters. Do you support the stage stormers?
I do not, actually. I do not. I'm willing to bet that a good chunk of the people listening right now may support it just because, it seems like it's, what goes around comes around, and if the left wants to shut down expressions of conservative viewpoints on college campuses, then by all means, go into New York City, all these smug, hipster pajama boys taking in a play that depicts, what is a thinly veiled assassination of President Trump. There's a lot of people who might support that, but I don't think this is one instance where you don't fight fire with fire. What are the results, Grace?
70% support the protesters.
Yeah, see that, and this is, I guess my theory of the case here is that the best way to push back against left-wing extremism is to succeed in advancing conservative ideals, conservative policies, conservative principles, and you don't do that by shutting down other people's freedom of expression. Is the Julius Caesar adaptation where Julius Caesar just so happens to be a orange-haired guy in a suit and his wife happens to be Eastern European with a Slavic accent? Is that disgusting? Yes, it's vulgar. The denizens of New York City like to believe that they are high-minded and that they are consumers of art and that they are somehow better than us rubes on the coast. But it's just a vulgar play. I don't think Shakespeare would be pleased with this rendition of Julius Caesar. And the irony of it is that the Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, the one of the big takeaways of that play was that political assassinations often lead to turmoil, and they're not a good way to advance politics. But no, I don't think anything good is going to come of it. And I also think that if you look at the two individuals, so I think this happened over the weekend, so it's an open air play out in New York, and these two alt-right individuals, you can call them alt-right. I'm not intimately familiar with their politics. One of them is named Laura Loomer. She was the first one to disrupt the play. Maybe it was like less than 24 hours before she did it, she founded a website called freelaura.com and ran a GoFundMe and was soliciting maybe it wasn't a GoFundMe, but it was one of these online donation things, asking for $25,000. And I think the fine for what she did, disrupting the play, was less than $2,000. So this is just pure opportunism. She's not trying to make a statement against the assassination portrayal. She's just a grifter. We love to attack the grifters and the scam artists on the left, but there are plenty of grifters and scam artists on the right. And I think that if your resistance to left-wing extremism or to vulgar expressions like that play or to shutting down campus dialogue is to respond in kind with a grift to ask for money, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that helps anything. And if anything, it allows the the Democrats, the liberals, to come back and cast us as hypocrites. Because what is the popular expression going around? What's the expression that you've heard over and over again? The moniker applied to these student liberals who can't bear the thought of having someone on campus like Ann Coulter with whom they disagree. Snowflakes. They're snowflakes. They're so sensitive and gentle that they melt and wither under the least bit of criticism or anything that kind of impinges on their comfort zone or their worldview. But you have to be kind of a snowflake to get so worked up over a stupid, vulgar play that you go storm the stage. Because like it or not, the First Amendment also applies to the left. And if they want to have this stupid, vulgar play, you should just let them have it and not bring more attention to it. So we'll take your calls on the other side, 1-844-500-4242. How do we deal with left-wing extremism here in America? Numbers 1-844-500-4242. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what a crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. You've listened to him for years. Now watch him in HD. Click on the Howie Cam at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
You indulged over the weekend. Too many hot dogs and hamburgers. Now you feel bloated. You don't have to pay the price all week for your weekend eating. Get the tea. I've been drinking Life Change tea every day now. I love the taste and it works. Go to getthetea.com. Lots of stuff coming in here on the text line at 680. Most people just don't think that it's worth it trying to take the high road anymore. But what exactly did it accomplish to disrupt that play? What did it accomplish? You know, it makes conservatives look like hypocrites for impinging on the free expression rights of these New York liberals. And, you know, I think that if somebody wanted to do a play depicting the assassination of any other president, it's well within their First Amendment rights. It's still in poor taste, and it's still something that I'm not going to go see. I think the best way to approach this is just to boycott. Why do you have to even go? Why do we have to pay so much attention to it? Yes, it's vulgar. Yes, it's a symptom of the toxic political culture that we have right now. But the risk of coming in and disrupting this play, you're making it into like a cause for celebration on the left. It's probably going to be, the play is probably going to be even more popular than it was before. I mean, who knew about this before there was even any of this controversy? We'll go to the phone lines. You can get us at 844-500-4242. Billy, you're first on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Billy.
How you doing, Steve? I think that as far as the play goes, I agree with you about the First Amendment without a doubt. But I also think that the rights we are too silent. That's the first point. The second point is as far as what do we do about them, the extreme protesting that they're doing, damage and stuff and everything. How about our law enforcement enforce the law? None of our law enforcement agencies are enforcing the law. I don't understand why.
I agree with you, Billy. I think you're right on 2 points there. The first is, why are conservatives, why are Republicans, too often silent in the face of this kind of left-wing extremism? I think you're right. The answer to speech that you disagree with is stronger, better, more persuasive speech. And then the other thing is just to enforce the law. I think you're exactly right. When it comes to a situation like Evergreen State College, where they're trying to kick white people off campus and trying to intimidate a professor there, or whether it's UC Berkeley, I think you're right. Just enforcing the law is the most effective way to counter left-wing extremism. And obviously, in the case with Alexandria, Virginia, if some of those members of Congress had been legally, using their Second Amendment right to carry a concealed firearm, they might have taken care of the situation even faster than the armed Capitol police officers were able to do.
That's very true. That's very true. And I also think that, if in fact, they're not the police, the law enforcement agencies should be policing themselves. Like, you got the UC Berkeley people, they had to stand down order. There should be a federal law enforcement agency that investigates that, and those guys should lose their job for not enforcing the law. They need people that are going to stand in and enforce the law of the land. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you, Billy. Thanks for the call. The number is 1-844-500-4242. Dallas, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Dallas. Oh, no Dallas. Lee, you're next. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, Steve, Billy's 100% correct. We've got to use the law. We can't take things into our own hands. We can have bigger, better rallies maybe, but if people like talk show hosts, the situation stinks. If you stir the pot, it's going to start stinking more. We got to be cool, calm, collected. One of the senators the other day said prayer and hope. Well, I don't know how far that's going to go, but Billy's right. We got to stay inside the law. And when BC Berkeley knows that there's going to be a protest and those people don their masks, they should be arrested and not let go the next day.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you, Lee. I mean, I'm not looking to stir the pot, but we need to have a frank and honest discussion about left-wing extremism because it's now coming close to getting people killed. And that's when it becomes a big problem. But equally disconcerting is this impulse on the right to say, well, let's fight fire with fire. An eye for an eye makes a good policy. So, if they want to disrupt our speech, let's disrupt their speech. And it's I guess there's a tendency to look at Saul Alinsky and Alinsky's rules for radicals and say, well, it's worked for the left. It should work for us. And for those who aren't familiar, Saul Alinsky was a 20th century Chicago-based community organizer who formulated these rules for radicals. And his book was dedicated to Lucifer, by the way. The book itself, the dedication was to Lucifer, and he was pretty crystal clear, Saul Alinsky was, about what exactly that meant. So he was an amoral community activist, and his writing inspired Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. But there's this temptation on the right to say, well, let's just turn the Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals against them. And what that boils down to is the ends justify the means kind of thinking. And this is the kind of thinking, obviously, that the left embraces already. And when it's in Congress, in state legislatures, that's their kind of thinking. The ends justify the means. Look at it, Obamacare. For them, the ends justified the means. It didn't matter if President Obama had to go out and lie and say, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. All your premiums are going to go down $2,500 a month. It didn't matter that he was lying because the ends were acceptable. Ditto for the Iranian nuclear agreement. Ben Rhodes fabricated this lie about moderate elements in Iran who would be encouraged and supported by this agreement. There were no moderate elements. There were only hardliners, but it didn't matter because the ends justified the means. Same for the Paris Climate Accord. John Kerry used bogus science to try and push that, and it didn't matter because the ends justified the means. That's the thinking on the left. And I just think that the right is better than that. I think as conservatives and as Republicans, we're better than that. And the Constitution defines the means through which we affect political change. And we don't need to resort to violence. And we don't need to resort to disruptions of other people's, free speech events. We don't need to crash their rallies. I mean, we don't need to do what James O'Keefe caught that left-wing activist, Bob Kramer, who is married to Representative Jan Schakowsky. He was sending in people to Trump rallies to try and provoke violence and then build this narrative that all the Trump rallies are very, very violent places to be because Trump supporters are unhinged. We don't need to stoop to use those kind of tactics because what I believe is our ideas are better. The ideas that conservatives have about what kind of government leads to human flourishing are better. And we can, in a civilized debate, in just normal political discourse, we can beat liberals 100% of the time because they have bad ideas. And so why wouldn't we keep the debate in a civilized political setting? Why do we need to resort to this kind of violence? Why do we need to try and crash their rallies and meet their angry, nasty vitriol with even angrier, nastier vitriol? I don't think that gets us anywhere. It may just be kind of an old-fashioned notion. But I think that's how we win, ultimately, is on the success of our ideas.
And Steve, I also think that this is a bigger issue that's happening in America. I call it the change the channel problem. People need to learn that if you don't like something and it offends you, don't go see it. Don't buy a ticket. If a comedian makes a joke that offends you, don't support that comedian. If you don't like when I tweet about The Bachelorette, don't follow me on Twitter. That's actually a more specific one. We
unfollow you when you're tweeting about Bachelor.
Oh, I lose followers all the time. Do I go after them and knock on their door and say, excuse me, at softball gym 145, you unfollowed me because you hate my stupid tweets? No, because that is his right. And my right is that I can tweet stupid things.
Yeah, I think
that is America.
I think you're just like it's your right to tweet stupid hot takes about The Bachelor. It's our right to either unfollow you or retweet you mockingly and deride your opinion about The Bachelor.
Okay, I'm not looking forward to that because The Bachelor is on tonight, and I can tell that's what you're going to
do. Yeah, either that. I've still got the spoilers in my pocket to use if I have to. We'll go to the phone lines real quick here. Al, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Al.
We've gone down this path before, Steve, and you're quite correct. Because our greatest Americans said, with malice towards none and charity towards all. But we will not be able to avert this catastrophe. There is so much disorder in the society through the destruction of the family by the left, the likes of Saul Alinsky, as you mentioned, that the problem right now is practically insoluble. What we have to do is organize, realize who the other society, our opponents are. They are not fascists. They are Marxists, communists, and Reds. And to prevent this, if we're to avert this at all, we must organize not on a partisan basis, but on a nationalistic basis, which Trump represents, and stand for morality, decency in our conduct, not disturbing public functions. Let the other side do that. We will take the high ground, and if it comes, God forbid, we will follow the likes of Lincoln and the other leaders who have shown the way to what we do at that point. But until then, we remain peaceful and act as Christians.
Well, thank you, Al. I appreciate that. And I agree with you in large part. 978 texts in, though, they're going to write, we were better than that on our tombstones. But here's the thing. So you want to take this the means justify the ends thinking? Okay. Well, I know of a couple of conservative, liberal nonprofits. We could probably step on their throats with the IRS. Why don't we get the IRS to go after liberal nonprofits? Hey, we're just fighting fire with fire. Let's weaponize the IRS. There are a couple of businesses that have spoken out against President Trump. Maybe they're up for a Department of Justice investigation. Maybe we could get Jeff Sessions to start poking around some of these businesses that don't like Trump. Google and Amazon. Well, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and they're all kind of critical of President Trump. So maybe we could get an antitrust suit and go after them. Is that what you want? That is the ends that justify the means kind of thinking that you're pushing when you say they're going to write on our tombstone, we were better than that. Well, you know what? You're damn right we're better than that. You're damn right we're not going to weaponize the federal government to go against our opponents. And we're not going to use the same tactics, because at the end of the day, if we start behaving like liberals in order to fight liberalism, we've become the liberals. We've become the little tyrannical brat snowflakes who can't just win agreements and fight for policies that are going to make this country better. And I don't want that. We'll be back with more on the other side. Going to take a quick break here. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the two top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only...
Our Super Strength Tea will take care of your occasional ugh. It's all organic and non-GMO. Get rid of ugh. We have so many great supplements, but our Super Tea is number one. GetTheT.com. That's GetTheT.com.
I need your help to defeat Elizabeth Warren. My name is Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and a state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington building a multi-million-dollar war chest. Her focus? Winning the next election and selling books. It's time to send a senator to D.C. whose focus is on you and your family. If you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren, then go to Deal for Senate. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interests ahead of the Washington elite. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
Are you a veteran? Or maybe you consider yourself a dysfunctional veteran. Good news. There's a store just for you. It's called the Dysfunctional Veteran Store, with t-shirts and sweatshirts that get the message across loud and clear, like this black t-shirt that says boldly across the front, Dysfunctional Veteran, leave me alone. And then there's the t-shirt that takes a major dig at the VA. It says, the VA, giving veterans a second chance to die for their country since 1930. How'd you like to wear that around? Are you a dysfunctional veteran? Shop the Dysfunctional Veteran Store at mydvstore.com. That's mydvstore.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there. Quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website. GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. We're talking about left-wing extremism, which is becoming increasingly violent in the conservative response to it. Beaver State Finian texts in, I agree with you, Steve. However, I've seen enough idiotic protests in Portland, Oregon that result in no penalties for the mob. My proposed law, disobey a cop while you're wearing a mask and you're entitled to a police baton across the bridge of your nose. Yeah, I'd be in favor of, monitoring people who are wearing masks at these rallies, because there's only one reason to wear a mask if you're at some kind of political rally, and that's because you're looking to avoid the consequences for any misconduct that you might be engaged in, and you don't want law enforcement later tracking down your identity. An emailer tells me, you're deluding yourself. The left will never acknowledge when they lose because of their ideas. Just look at communist China, Russia, former Eastern Europe, hell, most of South America. Yeah, but I mean, here in America, because of our political system, the left doesn't have to acknowledge when they lose. They just lose. Look at the state legislatures. I mean, the Democratic Party is on the verge of going extinct. And it's because conservatives have better ideas, and conservatives' approach to government, it ultimately makes all people better off. It just does. And so when we keep the focus on our ideas, we hollow out the Democratic Party at the state legislature and gubernatorial levels. Going out to the phone lines now, Robert, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, hi, Steve. Good afternoon. I don't know. I don't like this idea of going gently into that good night, just like Venezuela did.
That's not what I'm recommending, Robert. I'm not recommending that at all.
No, we're at the point where I don't think you realize we've ever had to fight this before. We got the spirit of 1776 going up against the spirit of 1789. And they're communist, and you got to realize who the hell they are. They wiped out millions of people for the couple of thousand that, whatever happens to communists. But they never get their up-and-comings. And this might be the one up in time, before they get into power and start doing this crap like they did in the other countries, is to get hold of them first.
But the thing is, they've never been farther than they are right now from power. You don't understand. I mean, the Democrats, they have I guess over magnified presence in American media because the coastal elites in this country, and from Hollywood to New York, are they kind of dominate the communication platforms in our pop culture and our media. But at the level of who actually controls Congress, they've never been farther away from power. And I think isn't this why we elected President Trump? I mean, if we're still having to go out in the streets and disrupt plays, even though the Republicans control the House and the Senate and the White House, then what the hell good are Republicans then? What is the end goal? Are we just going to be disrupting liberal plays while Congress, the establishment in D.C. continues to act out carry out the wishes of some kind of globalist machine? I mean, we could disrupt plays all day long, but it's not going to make anyone's lives better. It's doing nothing to protect our freedom whatsoever. Thanks for the call, Robert. Wes, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Wes.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Listen to me on this play thing. You're right in one sense and wrong in another. I'm going to tell you why. When you compare it to the way the left protests, it's completely different, okay? Because in the left protests, what they do is they go out in the street, they hit people with bricks, they hit them with bike locks, they hurt people, they send people to the hospital, and it's very dangerous. With the play thing, what Jack Posobiec did, that's the ideal form of protest because they didn't shut down the play. When the left shuts down a speaker, they go in and they shout him down and they don't let Ann Coulter, whoever it is, Milo, they don't let them speak at all, and they completely shut them out. Jack, he talked for like 2 minutes, and he brought attention to the issue, and that's what matters. He didn't shut down the play. He didn't silence anyone's speech.
I agree with you, Wes. I agree with you, Wes. That there were differences between the way that the disruption of the play were approached, as opposed to they didn't shut him down, but it was an attempt at a heckler's veto. And even if you disagree with the content of that play, the people who went there have a right to put it on, and just like we have a right to sit here and do a conservative talk radio show. I mean, I put myself in the shoes of those actors, even though what they're doing is despicable. I would never go see that play. It's vulgar and it's not even good art. But if Howie and I were doing a live broadcast from somewhere, from whether it's the RNC in Cleveland or at some Ken's place up in Scarborough, if we're doing a live broadcast and some liberals decided that they wanted to come run in there and take the microphone away and say, you guys are preaching hate, that's the analogous example. And I wouldn't support that either. It just strikes me as not an effective way to advance our ideals. It's just childish. And on top of that all, you can't ignore the fact that after these people disrupted the play, they're out there on the internet begging for money. Come on. We're better than that. The right is better than that. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. Coming up next, Kurt Schilling will join me in studio. 1-844-500-4242.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders, because we have stupid leaders, okay?
You mean it's not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it? So you know what? Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay. No, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby.
They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy.
I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really?
Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders because we have stupid leaders, okay?
You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it? So you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay. No, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby.
They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy.
I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place. It just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Are you in the beginning of this investigation, the middle of it? Just, I know you don't know the exact end date of when you think you'll be able to draw a conclusion, but at least give me some sense of where you are.
Well, first I can say categorically that the collusion or cooperation aspect of the investigation is not over. And as far as that goes, I'd say we're 20% into it, just to throw a number at it.
Live from an undisclosed location.
I'm actually getting more uncomfortable with this whole deal, thinking that maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And I'm bothered by the lack of emerging evidence about the underlying crime, that there was actually collusion or coordination between the Trump White House.
There's a lot of fog, but I don't see why we should be that concerned that we don't have the smoking gun yet. I mean, we're still clearing away the smoke. It seems to me the investigation will go on, and either they will find evidence of collusion or they will not.
What kind of evidence have you seen? What can you tell us?
Well, I think there is evidence. I can't go into the particulars of our closed investigation, but I also think there's evidence of obstruction. But in both cases, I would say whether there is some evidence doesn't mean that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So you don't think that the reports are accurate that the president is under investigation by Bob Mueller for obstruction of justice?
Look, that all came from the Washington Post, and we remember what Ben Bradley, the iconic editor of the Washington Post, used to say about the Post. The Post doesn't print the truth, it prints what we're told. And I think it falls in that category. Somebody told them that, and they chose to print it.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. A lot of people are asking, who are those cuts in the introduction? Well, the first one is David Brooks, the so-called conservative columnist for the New York Times. He's concerned that they're not seeing any evidence here. And he's one of these guys, I think he wants President Trump impeached. It's very obvious that that's what his agenda is, but he's concerned that there's not a lot of evidence. And the second one is Eugene Robinson. He's also concerned that they haven't found the smoking gun yet. But the last one there, is Congressman Adam Schiff, who's one of the co-chairmen on the House Intelligence Committee, responsible for overseeing the House side of the investigation into Russia collusion. But did you notice there the change that he made in the Russian narrative? It was he's got evidence. He can't tell you because it's confidential, but he's got evidence that supports the left-wing conspiracy theory about Donald Trump colluding with Russians in order to win his election, but he doesn't know if it'll pass the reasonable doubt standard of the American legal system. So we've gone from first it was Trump is a treasonous traitor, and it's obvious, and we're going to get to the bottom of this in like a week. And then it became, well, maybe he didn't collude, but maybe some of his other people did. But then there was obstruction of justice. Well, no, not obstruction of justice quite yet, but maybe he just violated the rules and norms of the way a president is supposed to conduct himself. And now we're at, there's no case here. We won't get reasonable doubt. We know it might have happened, but it just won't pass the rigorous standards of American law. Do I have that about right, Kurt Schilling?
You do. And it's only been about 11 months since this all started, so I don't know what we're expecting.
Well, they're only 20% in. According to Angus King, they're only 20% into this investigation. So and the 80% is where they find the smoking gun.
I like the fact that I heard smoking gun. I don't even know that we don't even have an event.
I love it. He says we haven't found the smoking gun yet. A statement that implies that somewhere
we
out there.
We haven't found him guilty yet. But this is the whole what is it? Give me a man, I'll find a crime. I mean, this is the witch hunt, and it is every. I saw a good one the other day that said, "How can you have a witch hunt without Hillary Clinton?" And I got to tell you, I'm looking at this, but it's tragic. There's a lot of things going on that are bothering me more and more and more. We were just talking about there was a potential terrorist attack in France again today. A man rammed a car into a police van that apparently had explosives, was packed with a bomb. He had a Kalashnikov in the car.
Yeah,
I haven't seen anything on the news.
No, I haven't seen anything on Fox about that so far. But I mean, a successfully disrupted terrorist attack, no doubt. I mean, when you're in a populated area of Paris and you have explosives and a machine gun, there's no telling what kind of disaster could come from that. But you also had an attack. I mean, we've got to acknowledge it. There was an attack also in the United Kingdom.
What?
It was a middle-aged white guy plowed into a bunch of Muslims.
I don't begrudgingly admit that just happened. I mean but this is not someone tied to something. This is going to turn to be a loose, a mentally unstable white man who wanted to kill Muslims. That it is what it is. He should hang. For me, public hanging, I'm fine with, but that doesn't have anything to do with the Islamic extremist terrorism that is going on around the world.
Yeah, but the only reason I bring it up, though, Kurt, is because there is a tendency in right-wing talk radio to not even acknowledge that happened,
well,
to pretend like this violence just goes one way. And if you're being honest with yourself, you have to at least mention. I mean, it's not worth talking about a bunch. I mean, the reason that we talk about terrorism is because it's uniquely scary in that it's part of a conspiracy, and there could be coordinated attacks. This one, as you said, is just a one-off event. Some crazy white guy.
I'm not trying to belittle what it is. It's every bit as terrible as any of the other ones. One person was killed, multiple people were injured. But the things that we choose to care about right now are almost breathtaking to me. This was not a man yelling, this is for Jesus or this is for the Book of Mormon. This was a white man who, and the right is playing the media and becoming, in a sense, the left. They're doing the very thing that we admonished the left for. I was telling you this earlier. This whole Shakespearean play thing in New York that's gotten just thousands of hours of news cycle. I'm not a play person, so I didn't realize
you're not a thespian.
Not really,
because that's funny, Kurt. Because I had pegged you as a big lover of the theater and the arts, a patron of the arts.
But here's the thing: if you were to listen, as I did, to all the reports, my assumption was that, oh my God, I can't believe they've done this for the first time ever with President Trump and blah blah blah, and he's assassinated at the end of the play, and it's gory and bloody, and none of that is true. This has been done with the last 5 administrations. It was done with Obama. I never read anything about it when it was done to Obama, and we heard everything. When people put up hanging effigies of the president and all the things that went with that. But I come to find out that this is exactly what the left. We don't have to do that stuff. We don't have to make stuff up. They give us enough. Every single day they give us enough.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I just saw this story in the Daily Caller out today. Experts see rising extremism on the left. experts see rising extremism on the left, and the expert that they go to is the director of the American Defamation League. I really didn't think that you needed to be an expert to see that there's rising radicalism and violence on the left.
No, you just have to go outside.
Yeah, just turn on the TV. Just try and go see Charles Murray speak at Middlebury College. Try being a white person on Evergreen State. Have you talked at all on your show?
Unbelievable.
So what? I'm talking with Kurt Schilling. He's our talk radio host for Breitbart.com. His show's called Whatever That Takes. He used to throw a baseball.
Used to. Yep.
At some point. I think I remember that.
Yeah,
you threw a baseball a few times. World Series championship. But you're a conservative polemicist now.
Yes.
Have you been paying attention with what's going on at Evergreen
Well,
State?
that is just one of many. It started for me in Michigan when black students at a Michigan college made demands of the faculty for a blacks-only dorm. And then you had Harvard students that wanted a blacks-only graduation. And again, all these things, I don't care. I honestly, I don't. I think it's taking us backwards.
It's no skin off our nose if the black students want to segregate themselves.
No, right. But that goes back 50 or 60 years.
Yes.
And it's the very thing they're screaming about. It's exactly like the anti-fascist Antifa element of people who are doing exactly what a fascist does, yet calling themselves fascism is all about oppression of opinions you don't agree with or you disagree with. That's what they do.
And have you seen the interviews with Brett Weinstein, the professor who refused to leave campus just because he's white? I mean, it's terrible what's going on, but there's a part of me that is amused by it because the left is eating themselves.
Oh my God.
It gets back to what I was talking about in the last hour that conservatives we win on our ideas because we have better ideas.
We don't have to make stuff up. And what you're saying is we don't have to act like they act.
No,
let them do what they do. It's why we have Trump as a president. The left tried to tell us that he was not going to win. And people like you who were on the other side of the fence and didn't really know what was going on, but they tried to tell us there was no chance. It was 90-1, 90-10 odd, whatever. He won because of the middle America. He won because, and I don't think that since the election and since the inauguration, this country has gotten more blue. I think it's gotten more red.
I agree. And I think we're going to see a test of that tomorrow down in Georgia's 6th congressional district.
Yes.
I've got my Democratic friends are texting me saying, ooh, if John Ossoff is able to beat Secretary of State Karen Handel, ooh, that's just not going to be good for Republicans in Congress.
Fourth or fifth special
I think
runoff.
This is
they've lost every one.
Yeah, they've lost. The DNC has not put a W on the board.
The staggering thing to me is the amount of money they've spent in these.
It's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
This was the most expensive race in congressional history. And
it's like up to $24 million that just Ossoff has got, not counting outside money.
He doesn't live in the district.
No, he does. So I guess maybe his money is outside money.
And I got to tell you, I've listened to the guy speak.
Total lightweight.
Oh my gosh.
Total lightweight.
It's
just like if you drew up. You remember the guy in the ads for Obamacare that begat the pajama boy meme. Yeah. That's what he looks like. You could see him in this effete guy in his checkered pajamas drinking a cup of hot cocoa and wondering, is the government going to pay for my health insurance?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And the thing that I'm anticipating I think Karen Handel is gonna win. I don't think it's going to be a large margin like it should be in a conservative district that hasn't gone blue for a very long time. But if John Ossoff does win, we're going to see this building of a narrative that the backlash against Trump begins.
Right.
Pay no mind that they're never going to be able to spend the amount of money they spent in Georgia's 6th district that they've spent in all the other states.
This is one of those things. If you say it enough times, eventually it'll come true. They're going to say this about every race and every and meanwhile they lost over 1,000 of those seats in the 8 years Obama was in the White House, and we didn't hear them. They weren't covered like this.
Well, I think that their hope hinges on this Mueller special counsel probe and the investigation of the Russian collusion stuff and trying to build this narrative of impeachment. That's what they're going to run the entire midterm election on. And you heard Angus King, Senator Angus King from Maine, an alleged independent who just caucuses with Democrats and votes with Democrats all the time. He said that they're 20% into the investigation. So I did the math, Kurt, and if they're 20% in now, and you think that the Senate Intel investigation started around mid-February, that means they've got 600 days left of the investigation, which brings them conveniently just on the other side of the midterm elections. I don't think it's going to be a successful strategy, but I guess we'll have to wait until Election Day 2018.
But the liberal media is once again telling us that the comeuppance is on its way. And I believe they're doing the same thing they did during the election. Is they're lying to fit a narrative to try and make people believe things that aren't true.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Joining me this entire hour is Kurt Schilling, a Breitbart radio host, former Red Sox pitcher, World Series champ. I got to let you know that this half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Wicked Good Cupcakes. If you're looking for the perfect treat for any occasion, look no further than Wicked Good Cupcakes. Ordering is easy. Go to their website at wickedgoodcupcakes.com. That's wickedgoodcupcakes.com. If you want to give us a call, you want to ask me a question or Kurt a question, give us a call, 1-844-500-4242. This is Steve in for Howie. Back in a minute.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
After 163 years of making wicked awesome made windows, Matthews Brothers has almost 600 followers on Facebook. We were pretty proud of that number until we learned that Coca-Cola has 100 million followers, Vin Diesel has 101 million followers for who knows what reason, and even the stupid Farmville cows have 35 million. All of a sudden, 600 seemed pretty pathetic. We thought to ourselves, Coke is tasty enough, I suppose, but what can it do to help control your home's energy costs? Nothing. And Vin Diesel, whose acting credentials are obviously unquestioned, can he help make your home quieter by reducing unwanted outside noise? I doubt it. And the Farmville cows, they're not even real. So we decided to do something about it. Something that Coca-Cola, Vin Diesel, and those stupid Farmville cows could never do. We're going to triple our Facebook fan base by Labor Day, and we're not above offering you a fishing trip aboard the hard merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano in order to accomplish that goal. You can learn all the details, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
This business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. Howie Carr will be back tomorrow. Joining me this hour is Curt Schilling, former MLB great, now a host of Whatever It Takes on Breitbart.com. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Amazing Grace is running the board today. Grace, what is the poll question and what are the results thus far?
The play Julius Caesar has been interrupted twice by protesters. Do you support the stage stormers?
No, I do not support this. I think that there are better ways to address vulgar, bad theatrical performances, i.e. just don't go. What do you think,
Don't buy
Curt?
a ticket.
Yeah,
don't buy a ticket.
You don't have to go. You don't have to bring more attention to them. At the end of the day, who does this really hurt? I don't think it hurts anybody's.
But this is what capitalism is good for. If you don't buy tickets, the show doesn't go on.
No, and I think it's in New York City. It's the New York values that Ted Cruz was talking about. So they're going to go to this play, but there's. I don't know if you agree with me, Curt, but there's this tendency on the right now in the Trump era to be the snowflakes that we deride the left for being.
And I disagree in this sense. Like, people have called me a snowflake. I'm like, how do you get to that point? And you're whining and bitching and moaning and complaining. Well, no, I'm complaining about things that are said, hypocritical things that are done, whatever. But I'm not asking for government intervention. I don't need a new law or a statute to provide me with a safe space.
Exactly. We can criticize.
Right.
I guess if you're worked up about the Julius Caesar play, then what is your solution? Are we just going to disrupt it and we're going to run around just disrupting speech we disagree with?
You're not forced to watch it.
Exactly.
I like knowing who the bad people are.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
I like
that's a good point.
I like that the Klan wears hoods.
Let them come out and reveal themselves to be the nasty people that they are.
Well, it goes back to the
781 says it was free to see the show.
Oh, well, there you go.
Still, you don't even need to show up.
Well, the biggest issue I had was I had heard initially it was potentially a taxpayer-funded event.
I think that the National Endowment for the Arts does provide money to that group, but then they came out immediately with this BS excuse of that, we're taxpayer-funded and they do get some money, but money doesn't go towards that play. It's hogwash.
Right.
I think that that's another element of this is that the left comes to us anytime a conservative Republican Congress wants to cut the budget for the arts and they say, you guys are just knuckle-dragging backwards. You don't appreciate the fine arts. And then they go around and they use public funding for the arts to do something like this.
My response always, show me fine art, and then I'll talk to you about it. I haven't seen it.
Exactly.
Is it, a stack of human feces in the middle of an art studio?
Or a crucifix in a jar of urine.
Right.
That's the infamous example. We paid for that to happen. So, they just... I have no respect for them clamoring about funding for the fine arts when this is the kind of thing that... Yeah, Grace, go ahead and give us the results.
67% of people support the protesters.
Well, it's down a little bit from the last hour, but just think about, if people disagreed with the ideas that Curt and I are espousing here, and they came into the studio and disrupted this event. I get it; it's a little different because it's a private space, not a public space. But would you support that? Are we going to get to a point where everybody's just disrupting everything and no one can speak?
The debate about this is I think it's legitimate in the sense that both sides are exercising their right to free speech. Just one side is inhibiting another side's ability to be entertained or whatever, but I don't want us doing anything that makes us look like them.
Exactly.
And that is a them thing. That is what they do. And yeah, I think a lot of that too is if you notice this, we're in an immediate news cycle. You don't get any, except for, I can't believe I'm saying this, you don't get rational thinking responses except for like Alan Dershowitz now, who suddenly is rational and using common sense. But there aren't a lot of people acting and reacting with thought, with time to digest. And I always say it's just like after a game. When you interview me after a game and I say something controversial, my adrenaline's still going. A lot of this is the same way. These people are getting, unless you're CNN, you're staging a fake protest. They're getting immediate reactions from people.
Yeah.
So you're seeing, which I like because it's very Trump-like. It's visceral.
Yeah,
this is who we are as a people, and I want to know who the bad guys are.
Yeah, and they're showing themselves to us. Let's take a quick call here before the bottom of the hour. Dan, you're next on this one with Kurt Schilling and Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, fellas, great show. Kurt, huge fan of yours when you were on the field, and
thank you.
Even bigger fan when you were in the studio, because it was wonderful to hear somebody explain the game and make it the way it's supposed to be heard, as far as I was concerned. So I think if you look at the teammates you had or the players you played against, and also the people in the studio, how many fall into they're fairly conservative in their thinking? They're just afraid to step forward because it's just not worth the hassle. What is coming down? Were you by yourself, or were you
no.
Were you alive?
No, I was. As is the case, I think, in many professions where you have to work your butt off around the clock forever to get something, you understand that the world isn't about everybody being equal. There are winners and there are losers, and part of the motivation to win is losing. When you lose, for me, losing was so painful I didn't want to have it happen anymore. And that's incentive and motivation. If everybody gets to play by a set of rules that doesn't allow anybody to get ahead or succeed. So athletes have that mentality. And the liberal people in sports, for the most part, are the owners, which boggles my mind because they're the
biggest beneficiaries of a capitalist system that Republicans defend.
They're only liberals because they're on that end of the financial scale.
They can afford to be liberals.
Right.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Kurt's going to be with us until the next hour. If you want to give us a call, 1-844-500-4242. We'll be back in a minute.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
Well, America is crying tonight. I'm not sure how much of America, but a very, very significant portion. And I mean literally crying.
Everybody is crying and so upset, and it is the end of their world.
Feels like the end of the world.
We were on Lifetime last night, and I was slowly getting drunk.
This is the time for real wisdom. Lightning round. I genuinely do not understand how America can be this disorganized or this hateful.
You know, she was Hillary Clinton, the most qualified candidate, the best suited for the job, the best temperament. Now we're hearing not a good candidate.
History is put on hold yet again.
They're scared, depressed, despair, desperate even, almost clinging to me.
Plus the Supreme Court, who knows where that's going to go. So the only checks and balances we have are us, the View.
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks. He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is brought to you today in part by Moricello Blackberry Cello Liqueur. Stop by any New Hampshire State liquor store for a bottle and visit blackcovebeverages.com for refreshing summertime drink recipes. That's Moricello Blackberry Cello Liqueur, available at all New Hampshire liquor stores. Joining me in studio for until the top of the hour here is Curt Schilling, former MLB great, who now hosts a radio show which can be heard at Breitbart.com from 9 to 11. We've been talking about the left-wing extremism and that, the stupid play in New York that's getting all kinds of attention now because a couple of right-wing activists decided that they were going to storm on the play and have a hissy fit and try and convey some disruptive message. But there's also some stuff going on in Congress with the fight to confirm nominees into the Trump administration. It's been a slow-going effort. I mean, we're like 6 months in now.
He just had his first full cabinet meeting.
Yeah, and some of the undersecretaries, the deputy secretaries, we don't even have at this point. One of them is a guy named Russell Vogt, and he is a conservative Christian. He's been in political circles for a long time. He's worked for conservative congressmen. He's worked for the Republican Study Committee. And he was nominated to be deputy budget director for the Office of Management and Budget, a position for which he is eminently qualified.
Right.
But Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, one of the leaders of the Democratic Party, mind you,
Thank God.
He came very close. He came very close to being the nominee.
Well, until they fixed it.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he wasn't ever actually that close to winning with Debbie Wasserman Schultz at the helm of the DNC. But when Russell Vogt's confirmation hearing came up, he decided that he was going to take umbrage with something Russell Vogt had written for The Resurgent, a conservative publication run by Eric Erickson. And what he wrote was a expression of mainstream Orthodox Christian views.
He's a Christian.
He's a Christian.
He didn't write anything that you wouldn't have known going in before you read the article.
No, because what he wrote was that Muslims have a deficient theology. And you would have to assume that if he says he's a Christian, he thinks this is deficient theology, because if he thought that a Islamic theology was superior to Christian theology, he would be a Muslim.
Right.
But for Bernie Sanders, this is hate speech, and I thought that he was going to back down from this. I honestly did, Curt, because what he was doing was unconstitutional.
What he was doing is spelled out in the Constitution as illegal. It was a test of religion for public office.
Exactly. That's what he was imposing on Russell Vogt. But he is not backing away from this. He actually went on CNN with Jake Tapper and doubled down defending his application of a religious test to religious minorities. Not religious minorities, to Christians. Let's play cut 3, Grace.
Are you saying that someone is necessarily hateful and Islamophobic if they believe in their private life and express that in their private life the only path to God is through Jesus Christ?
No, absolutely not. Look, what our Constitution, one of the great parts of our Constitution is to protect freedom of religion. You practice what religion you want, I do, Mr. Vogt does, that's what it's about. But at a time when we are dealing with Islamophobia in this country, when you have 1.2 billion people who are Muslims around the world, to have a high-ranking member of the United States government essentially say, oh, Islam is a second-class religion.
So he just goes on after that.
Right.
But that's not at all what he was saying. He's not saying that it's going to be like some second-class religion as far as the laws are concerned.
It never is what they're saying.
But this is classic liberal thinking. Okay, so Bernie believes that there is a problem with Islamophobia, so he responds with Christophobia?
Right.
Is that discriminating against Christians is the answer to this perceived Islamophobia?
Well, but this is again, and I can't keep saying this, I want him to keep talking. I do. I want him. I want Elizabeth Warren. I want all of them to keep talking because I feel like almost like Miracle on 34th Street. Every time they open their mouths, a new conservative is born. And
they are great for recruiting on our side.
And to think that maybe the Republican, it won't be Kamala Harris, but to think that the Democratic candidate might be one of those people, that excites me because that would be a bloodbath like we've never seen on the political stage.
All right, let's play cut number 4, Grace. This is Bernie. This is a continuation of what his defense of the imposition of a religious test on Christians.
That seemed to be unacceptable as a government official. In terms of his freedom of religion, he and every other American has the right to hold any point of view they want.
Oh, so he has a right to be a Christian and to hold these points of view, but just don't be a government official.
You can't serve in the government. So, excuse me, This is the same argument that I've had a couple times where someone has asked me about the theory of evolution. And do you believe in evolution? I said, well, I believe in animals evolve and this and that, but I'm a Christian. So you know what I believe. You know how it's the creative design, intelligent design. But people then act shocked. Like, oh my God, you don't believe in evolution?
The response to that is, well, do you believe in the science when it comes to gender and human sexuality?
Right. No, it's hilarious. Climate change is real, though there's no evidence. Yeah. But if you're born with the organs of one sex, you're actually not that sexy if you choose not to be.
Well, we really don't know what your gender is until you're old enough to self-identify.
Here's my problem with that is like everything else, I don't care. Yeah. Why do I have to know? Why does my government have to care about what gender you are?
Because that's what it's about. It's about you are being compelled to become involved in the self-image
you know what it is?
of
we talk
trans people.
We don't care as much about those things as they want us to care.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's why the popular conservative slogan is "You will be made to care." Right. Fortunately, the forced caring, I think, is on hold for at least the next 3.5 years. All right, this is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. I got Kurt Schilling in studio with me. We'll go to the phone line now. Joe, you're next on this one with Steve and Kurt. Go ahead, Joe.
I don't believe how your argument falls so short. Guess what, guys? This is the United States of America. And if you are a member of the federal government, guess what? You've got to equally believe in all religions. You've got to treat them exactly
that's
the same.
stupid.
No, that's a garbage argument, Joe. It's a garbage argument.
How is that garbage? Just like with Chick-fil-A.
Article 3, Joe. Article 3, Section 6 of the United States Constitution explicitly forbids religious tests for office because at the time there were European governments that were actually instituting these tests. So how would you like it, Joe, if you had to swear allegiance to the Church of the Latter-day Saints in order to be a government official?
And let me just add, don't talk about Chick-fil-A. You're talking about a private sector, privately owned business, and the public and the government. There's two completely different analogies.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Are you going to let me talk?
Yeah, I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you talk with your garbage argument. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, my garbage argument. I'll just dump it right on top of your garbage because that's exactly what he's talking about.
No.
If you're going to be a part of the federal government, you've got to look at these religions all equally. You can't.
Yes.
You can't take one out and say this is a garbage religion.
That's not what you were saying initially, Joe. Joe, you do have to treat all individuals, religions equally, but you do not have to believe in all religions equally, as you initially asserted.
Bingo.
The problem here, Joe, is that Bernie Sanders is saying you're a Christian, so I can't vote for you based on your religious beliefs. Is that something you support, Joe?
You're exactly wrong. What Bernie is saying is if you're going to be a member of the federal government, especially at the highest positions, you've got to treat these religions equally.
Nope. And that's fine, but that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is explicitly discriminating against Christians. So why he's not living up to the rule, the value that you're here talking about.
and he's making this guy stand up to it, and that's what he's doing.
Oh God, Joe, go away.
Thank you
Joe,
for Trump.
Thank
you for Trump.
Exactly. But see, here's the thing: that he nowhere in Russell Vought's article, he's the nominee in question who's being discriminated against by Bernie Sanders on the basis of his religion. Nowhere in his article did he say Muslims shouldn't be allowed in government. No. He was just expressing a theological argument. It was not
you
controversial.
knew before he wrote it.
Exactly.
He's a Christian.
If you say you're a Christian, then that implies that you have these views about other
there are
religions.
a couple of very fundamental things to Christianity that everybody believes. You all know going in, and it's just more of the making a story out of something that actually isn't a story.
Yes. Well, there is a story.
There is now.
There is a story here, and it's the intolerance and bigotry of Bernie Sanders and people like Joe who want to defend the imposition of religious tests.
Is everything they claim the right is.
They are. You're right. You're absolutely right. We'll go to the phone lines again. Chris, you're next on this one with Steve and Kurt. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, hey, how are you today?
Good.
Can you ask Kurt a question for me? Kurt, are you there?
You can ask him yourself.
Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, hey, Kurt. I was just curious. Do you know? Could you tell me the definition of the word defame?
Oh, this is some schmuck who calls into my show every day. I think he's Canadian. He does. He's high every morning by 9:15, and he
So he followed you here,
right? He did. He followed me over here, and he has absolutely no like political awareness whatsoever, but he tries to call in and ask about
we usually have good Canadians who call on the show. We've had a lot of Canadians who have really good calls.
I had mentioned we were talking about James Comey, and somebody had said I said he was being. How do you defame somebody that isn't actually famous?
Oh,
and so he said, "Oh, you used the word defamed in the wrong sentence in the wrong context." Like,
well, in
really
that case,
did?
I think you might have.
Right? No, I did. But the point
Who
was
cares?
right.
It was to be funny,
right?
I get you, Kurt.
Right.
As someone who's also very funny, I understand. Sometimes people just don't get it.
Nope. See, and this is where I would do the Mitt Romney laugh if I was over on the board. But see, here's the thing: is Grace obviously calls you a quasi-celebrity,
right?
So you, by your understanding, could not be defamed.
Right.
I said that in a moment of adrenaline. I was talking about something. I got caught up, and I said,
"So it was like when Kurt comes off the field after a World Series game. The adrenaline was just surging,
still going
exactly." And at least I didn't say half baked. That would have been way more offensive. Quasi is that's kind of a compliment. But I will say, once I did call you that, I went home and my dad was not happy. He said, "Kurt Schilling is not quasi Grace. Get your facts straight."
The funny thing is about this guy. He calls in all the time. And every day I say, I thank God for you. People like you are the reason Donald Trump is our president. I want you to keep talking and keep acting out.
All right, this is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Kurt Schilling's here for the rest of the hour. We're going to take a quick break here. You can give us a call on the General Communications listener line, 1-844-500-4242, or shoot us a text at 680-680. We'll take a quick break. Don't touch that dial.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Farm in southwestern New Hampshire provides housing for homeless veterans and the rehab and support they need to reintegrate back into civilian life. Learn more and find out how you can support the DV Farm at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org.
Are you sick and tired of waking up during the night to go? Those constant interruptions during the day? A common problem for men of a certain age. Well, after a few months of taking Prostate Revive, this is no longer an issue for me, and it doesn't have to be for you either. This all-natural formula created by renowned holistic physician Dr. David Brownstein was formulated to target those uncomfortable issues related to prostate health. I'm proof that all-natural Prostate Revive takes care of my prostate issues. I'm sleeping restfully through the night, and everyone knows that a great night's sleep is critical to a productive day. Prostate Revive works for me, and I know it can work for you too. The people at Prostate Revive are offering my listeners a special deal to try Prostate Revive. That's right, my listeners can get a 30-day supply risk-free. Just pay $4.95 to cover shipping and handling. So do what I did. Revive your prostate with Prostate Revive. Call 1-800-300-2700. 1-800-300-2700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by two young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrShow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. Joining me is Kurt Schilling. And you know, Kurt, ESPN seems really to be struggling these days in a lot of ways. And I know you've got a little bit of bad blood with them. But I think, every once in a while, I don't watch ESPN because I'm a cord cutter, but every once in a while I see a cut online, and it gives me some indication as to why they might be struggling. Grace, go ahead and play cut one. This is Max Kellerman talking about the NFL and the national anthem and this whole Colin Kaepernick stuff.
Colin Kaepernick also did not go looking for a protest. It came to him. He was asked to stand for the national anthem. You do not have to stand for the national anthem, and even if it was a rule that you did, is that Colin Kaepernick injecting politics into the NFL? No. That's the NFL injecting politics by playing the national anthem and putting pressure on you to stand for it in the first place.
Ooh, that is some top-notch analysis from Max Kellerman. What do you think about that, Kurt?
Here's the thing. Do you ever get into an argument with someone who says something so stupid that you can't dignify it with a reply? That what he said is so embarrassingly stupid, and it's not an argument. You don't want to validate that commentary with an opinion. It is so ignorant. We play the national anthem as a course of. It's what we do at sporting events. It's a song that is some see as I don't know, but it's something unifying.
It's a nod to the American political tradition that lets us be free and celebrate and have sporting events, whether it's a high school basketball game or a World Series baseball game.
And you're taught as a young man and young woman to stand for the national anthem out of respect for the country,
out of respect for the millions of people who have died to give us this country.
But the key word there that is lost on a lot of people is respect. What you're seeing now. The lack of respect for human life, the lack of respect for other people's opinions, the lack of respect for all of those things are contributed to a lot of moving away from Christianity, moving away from the dinner table. That's where I learned my respect. If I didn't have respect at their table, I got my head smacked.
Yeah, you got wrapped.
That's how it worked.
Yeah. So I think with Max Kellerman, though, it is a very, very hot take, very stupid and ignorant, but it reveals a lot of the thinking of modern leftists.
Yes.
In that he thinks that playing the national anthem is injecting politics. There's nothing political about the national anthem. I mean, yes, it is wrapped up in our government, yes, and it's codified, or it's our government has said this is the anthem of the country. But it's not like it's a liberal thing or a conservative thing, except for now it is, because you don't see conservatives protesting the national anthem.
It's the American anthem. Every country has an anthem for that. I mean, the anthem is something to celebrate your history. Canadian anthem, whatever.
I think he wants the UN anthem. Maybe we need to have the United Nations
Venezuelan anthem
playing. Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll go out to the phone lines here as we wrap up this hour. Tom, you're next on this one with Steve and Kurt. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, afternoon, boys. Real quick before I get to the reason I called, I got to say Max Kellerman sounded like me and every other junior high punk who is a contrarian and just wanted to take the opposite argument. The difference is we didn't believe in what we say, and we just wanted to argue. That fool actually believes it.
Yeah, that's sad.
So I had to call in because I completely disagree with you guys, and I love you guys, Kurt. I listen to your show all the time.
Thanks.
And it's excellent. But I love that people are disrupting the New York City play. You know why? Enough of us lying down and taking it. When we lay down and take it and say we're better than that, we end up not repealing Obamacare. We end up not having a wall built yet. And here's my other reason. If nobody disrupted that play, let's face it, guys, except for the news outlets that we go to, the mainstream public wouldn't even know that it was going on. And by that, I mean the play.
Well, I appreciate the call, Tom, but the play was popularized. There were national media reports about the play before it was disrupted. And I see what you're saying about building the wall, repealing Obamacare, but disrupting these plays doesn't get us any closer.
Yeah,
if you want to fight back, finally repeal Obamacare.
Right.
Don't sit down and take it in Congress.
But hold on, that's out of those citizens' hands. These are people that don't have other ways to lash out, and they're not going to shoot somebody. So they're going to, you know what I'm saying? I disagree with it.
They think they're doing their small part.
Right. And that's exactly what it is. I disagree with it, but I completely understand. This is what the right does. They don't go out and shoot people that they politically disagree with. They're going to stand in front of a play. They're going to make a statement. They're going to march. They're not going to beat people. They're not going to burn things down.
But I think in the same way that Max Kellerman, talking about the national anthem, reveals himself to be a dope, and anybody with a brain sees that he's a mindless, a dumbass, and we don't have to, take seriously anything he says. It's the same with this play. Like the vulgarity of what they're doing, the bad art that they're performing tells us all we need to know. So you don't need to disrupt them. And I'm just worried that we get to a place where nobody gets to talk because everybody's busy disrupting each other because they think, I'm not a member of Congress, so I can do my small part by going out and flipping off a leftist.
8 months ago, there were people on the left who wanted climate change deniers. They want that to be a crime.
They still do.
I know, no, but I'm saying that's the ultimate form of getting rid of the First Amendment.
Well, they're all imposing their religion on us. They're trying to impose their religion on us. It doesn't look like we have the time for another call, but hey, Kurt, thanks for coming in and hanging out with us.
Good to see you, buddy.
Where can people hear your show, find out more about what you're doing?
Breitbart.com, whatever it takes. It's Monday morning, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. Had Adam Carolla today. He'll be on the show for Wednesday, I think. Tomorrow, Second Amendment Tuesday.
All right.
I have Dr. Hawkins, A.W.R. Hawkins, Mark Walters from Art American Radio, and Alex Marlowe joins me tomorrow on talk about his Bill Maher interview.
All right, awesome. Thanks a lot, Kurt
Thank
Schilling,
you.
for coming in. This
Good
is
to see you,
Steve
bud.
Robinson in for Howie.
Thanks, Grace.
We'll be back with the Chump Line.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event. But the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs," comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Are you in the beginning of this investigation, the middle of it? I know you don't know the exact end date of when you think you'll be able to draw a conclusion, but at least give me some sense of where you are.
Well, first I can say categorically that the collusion or cooperation aspect of the investigation is not over. And as far as that goes, I'd say we're 20% into it, just to throw a number at it.
Live from an undisclosed location.
You know, I'm actually getting more uncomfortable with this whole deal, thinking that maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And I'm bothered by the lack of emerging evidence about the underlying crime, that there was actually collusion or coordination between the Trump White House.
There's a lot of fog, but I don't see why we should be that concerned that we don't have the smoking gun yet. I mean, we're still clearing away the smoke. It seems to me the investigation will go on, and either they will find evidence of collusion or they will not.
What kind of evidence have you seen? What can you tell us?
Well, I think there is evidence. I can't go into the particulars of our closed investigation, but I also think there's evidence of obstruction. But in both cases, I would say Whether there is some evidence doesn't mean that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So you don't think that the reports are accurate that the president is under investigation by Bob Mueller for obstruction of justice?
Look, that all came from the Washington Post, and we remember what Ben Bradley, the iconic editor of the Washington Post, used to say about the Post. The Post doesn't print the truth, it prints what we're told. And I think it falls in that category. Somebody told them that, and they chose to print it.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Howie has the day off. He'll be back tomorrow, so don't worry about that. If you want to be a part of the program today, give us a call on the General Communications listener line, 844-500-4242. You can also send us a text at 680-680. A quick news update for those who have been away from a TV. Otto Warmbier, the American college student who was detained by North Korea and returned last week to his parents in America in a coma, a vegetative state, has passed away. We'll be back to we'll talk about more about that later in the program, because this is obviously going to escalate tensions with North Korea, which have already been on the rise. But the General Communications listener line, 844-500-4242, also the number you want to call if you want to be a part of the Chump line. Call that number, you press 2, and you can leave a message that we may or may not play on this show every weekday. We like pithy remarks. You got to pass the comedic standards that Grace Curley has, who is, by the way, on the board today. The Chump Line is brought to you by Matthews Brothers, whose made windows are available only through better lumberyards and window professionals like Crandall's Hardware in East Millinocket. For over 20 years, Crandall's has been helping the Katahdin neighborhood of families and businesses improve our community. Crandall's Hardware, open 7 days a week in East Millinocket.
Yeah, I know Howie had a busy weekend at Ken's on Sunday. So is he resting, or is he in a tartar sauce-induced coma?
I mean, caller, you know what's going on here. He scoffed down so many of those clams that he still might not be recovered tomorrow. He's going to be here. He's going to be back, but he's still got clam belly.
Steve, I don't know why you're talking all this political stuff today. The big news is Beyonce had twins. And that's what everybody really only cares about.
Wait, Beyonce had her twins?
Yes,
Grace, you did not tell me this. I wouldn't have programmed the first part of the show about politics if I knew that Queen Bey dropped 2 more drones, 2 more worker bees.
She did, and she named them green and yellow.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No,
that's fake news.
Okay, God, you had me. I would have believed it.
It's totally unfair for Howie to virtually guarantee he will be in on Monday and then have Steve's voice come on at 7 minutes past 3. It's just unfair to the audience. I don't know why he does this. He's creating a lot of bad will with people when he does this, and it really has kind of ruined my afternoon. I don't want to listen to Steve. I'm not listening to the Steve show. I want to listen to Howie. He's got to get a guest host. I don't want to listen to this guy anymore.
Hey, buddy, I am the guest host, and Howie deserves to have a vacation just like everybody else, all right?
That one was harsh.
It was harsh.
Hi, Howie. Governor Patrick calling. For years, you made fun of me for being driven around in a nice new Cadillac. Yet on Friday, you got a helicopter ride to work. Who do you think you are? Jane Swift? We're going to be fang.
I mean, that's a fair shot. He did get a helicopter. How was the helicopter ride, by the way? I didn't know how Howie was going to fare on the helicopter.
He was good. It was he was very happy. And then actually on the way back, we couldn't take the helicopter because it was a little cloudy. So we had to take a car back, but the only car they had available was a limo. And it was kind of like one of those high school...
The only car they had available was a limo.
It was kind of one of those prom limos with all the lights, the disco ball.
You had to settle for a limo to get you home on Friday night.
This is how you know Howie's not actually a beautiful person. You would have thought he had never seen such an exquisite vehicle. He was, oh my goodness. He was so excited.
It's Monday, and there's no Howie. Is this the new normal?
Oh no, he's just on his book tour. He's taking a few days off to rest. He needs his beauty sleep. He needs his time to be off and recover. But no, he's not going to be taking off every Monday for the future.
So where's Gladys? Eat too many clams? Pop the spring in his stomach?
No, I think the sleeve is still intact. I don't think he's able to bust the sleeve. But I mean, did we have a report on how many gallons of clams he ate at Ken's?
I don't know. He's getting pretty good at moderation because I think he knew he was going on Sunday, so he wanted to be able to.
I just want to know, did all the copies of Kennedy Babylon that he autographed while he was there, which, by the way, you can get at howiecarrshow.com, click Kennedy Babylon, did every copy he autographed have little clam grease stains all over it from where he was holding it?
Howie, this is Bill Cosby calling. You may be wondering, why is the Cos a free man today? Well, it's because of Kennedy Babylon. After reading about what Joe, John, Bobby, Teddy, Joe Jr., Bobby Jr., Michael, and Willie did to women, the Cos look like an angel. Thank you, Howie.
Oh, I thought he was going to say that he learned from the Kennedys that you need to have these medical props in order to get sympathy from juries. Because he did use a cane. All of a sudden, 50 people, these accusations mount against Bill Cosby, and all of a sudden he's going blind and he's walking around with a cane and the assistance of 2 other people. Do you think those were sympathy plays, or do you think he actually has these maladies, Grace?
I don't know, but all I can say is you can always tell when I'm not cutting the Trump line for the day because the messages are definitely a little bit more risky, and I like them.
Where's Howie? On Friday, he said even though he was going to be selling some books over the weekend, he would be in on Monday because he's taking a slide on Wednesday. It's not like him to take 2 days off, He's not that kind of guy.
I think maybe the mailroom manager drew a line in the sand. Or maybe he decided that after Father's Day, he wanted to spend some time with the pugs, poolside. It's a nice day out.
Good news. Obamacare will cover Trump derangement syndrome. Bad news. Trump will repeal Obamacare. Oh, wait. No, that's the good news. Those other people, screw them.
Yeah, it does look like there's some activity moving on the Senate version of an Obamacare repeal or replace or amendment type bill, but it's all being conducted behind closed doors, just like the original ACA was. Hopefully, we'll see some movement on that in the next 2 weeks. I would love for Trump to get a legislative victory on the board.
Trump derangement syndrome continues unabated, whereas 8 years ago, medical experts were able to get rid of Obama derangement syndrome simply by reclassifying it as racism.
Yeah, it was. They haven't quite got a medical term other than Trump derangement syndrome, but there certainly is some kind of psychological illness fomenting on the left right now. It may be just advanced stage liberalism, but I don't know. There's definitely more room for the medical community to explore the collective psychosis that's going on the left right now.
Steve, I know you know the definition of insanity, of doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Well, we're getting the same result. You're horrible at this.
Ooh, that's harsh. Harsh, Grace.
It's not true, Steve.
Last week when asked, Howie said he would be working today. Now we know that was fake news.
Tough but fair.
That was your last Chump Line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail messaging service of the Howie Carr Show. You can call anytime, day or night, and leave us a message, which we may or may not play at this time each weekday. The number is 1-844-500-4242. Just press 2 for the Chump Line. The Chump Line is brought to you by Matthews Brothers, whose made windows are available only through Better Lumberyards and window professionals, like Crandell's Hardware in East Millinocket. For over 20 years, Crandell's has been helping the Katahdin neighborhood of families and businesses improve our community. Crandell's Hardware, open 7 days a week in East Millinocket.
Trump derangement syndrome continues unabated, whereas 8 years ago, medical experts were able to get rid of Obama derangement syndrome simply by reclassifying it as racism.
You know, there's another talker who says that liberalism is a mental disorder, and it just is becoming more and more accurate. What you're seeing on the left these days, it really, really just is bizarre. But as I said before the chump line, Otto Warmbier, the American college student who was detained in North Korea for tearing down a propaganda poster that he wanted apparently as a souvenir. He was returned last week to his family, and they discovered upon his return that he was in a coma. And there's not a lot is known about what happened to him. The North Korean regime said that he came down with botulism, was given a sleeping pill, and fell into a coma from which he never awoke. It's just horrible. It's an absolute atrocity that the North Korean regime has brought to bear on the Warmbier family. And I don't know what's going to come of it. There's a lot of people on the text line saying that this is the final straw on the camel's back, and something needs to be done about North Korea. But it's a complicated situation, and we'll talk about it later in the program. The number, if you want to be a caller, is 1-844-500-4242. We'll be back in a minute with the poll question. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show.
You own a small business. Now make it official with T-shirts for your staff. Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom T-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the T-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
Maine Oxy's Tool of the Month for June, Keen Ovens. Keen stick electrode ovens and rebake welding ovens for welders and fabricators. The 50-pound oven is now under $300, and the 10-pound oven under $180. That's Keen electrode and welding ovens, the Tool of the Month at Maine Oxy. Don't forget, you can get the Tool of the Month update in your inbox every month by joining our email list at MaineOxy.com. Maine Oxy was sourced throughout New England.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid, we'll take care of you, we'll pay. Get sick, we'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal. The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency. But are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie here on the Howie Carr Show. Now, did you guys see all the attention paid to Megyn Kelly's new show? She was interviewing Alex Jones, and about a week before that, they put out this promo video, and everybody was jumping down her throat because she was giving a platform to a conspiracy theorist, yada, yada, yada. And it was supposed to be this big ratings getter for her because it was so controversial. I'm reading Joe Concha's column at thehill.com now. The interview was a complete flop. According to early Nielsen data, the first 30 minutes of NBC's Sunday Night with Megyn Kelly was easily beaten by Fox's U.S. Open Golf Championship coverage and CBS's 60 Minutes, which is in summer repeats. Megyn Kelly got beat by golf, Grace.
Yeah, but I mean, I was watching the golf yesterday, weren't you?
No, I wasn't watching golf. I don't watch golf.
Are you kidding me? My dad DVRs it. We watched the entire thing.
The second half hour of Kelly's news magazine, after the Jones interview aired, fared even worse, finishing with fourth in total viewers while tying ABC's America's Funniest Home Video for the third in the key 18 to 49 demographic. So it turns out that making herself into the enemy of President Trump wasn't exactly a good career move for Megyn Kelly. I don't see how that can last if she can't even beat America's Funniest Home Videos. I didn't even know America's Funniest Home Videos was still on.
Yeah, Carlton from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is the host.
No, I like Carlton.
Yeah, so there you go. You might have watched that too. You might have opted for a little AFV.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Grace, what is the poll question and what are the results thus far?
The play Julius Caesar has been interrupted twice by protesters. Do you support the stage stormers?
No, I don't. I think that there are better ways to win, frankly. There are better ways to support the Trump administration. I don't think that these kind of plays should be getting any money, any taxpayer money whatsoever. If the Endowment for the Arts is giving them money, I mean, that should stop immediately because what they're doing is vulgar and gross. But at the same time, I don't see how disrupting it really helps anything. I mean, it might be nice, let's go put a stick in the liberal's eye. That might feel gratifying, but it doesn't really help anything. And also, I'll remind people that the first woman who interrupted this, before she even did this, she had a website up that was used to solicit donations, like $25,000 in donations afterwards. So I think it's pretty clear what the motive here was.
Well, 35% of people agree with you, Steve, and they say no, they do not support the protesters.
All right. Well, that's usually how it goes. Let's see here. Story from Robert Mueller. This is the Washington Examiner. Robert Mueller hasn't decided whether to actually investigate Trump. That's odd, because I seem to remember the Washington Post reporting that he was the subject of an investigation. But I thought that former New Hampshire Governor John Sununu the Elder, actually, he went back on CNN. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe that Allison Camerata had him back on after the shellacking she took from him. But we got a couple of good cuts here from John J. Sununu. Let's play cut 13, Grace. This is him talking about the status of the investigation so far.
Is the president under investigation or not?
Mueller is investigating the Russian involvement in the election, and probably involved in that is an examination of what happened with the Comey firing. That's a broad investigation. I think what you're hearing from Sekulow is that the White House hasn't been notified that the president is being personally investigated. I don't think there's an inconsistency between those 2 points, and I think those are the only facts that we know on the table, and people should understand that's what's going on.
So he's, of course, defending one of Trump's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, went out on the networks and tried to defend Trump and talk about the fact that he's not under investigation. But, the left wing tried to parse his words and imply that, oh, yeah, no, he's confirming that there's an investigation. Here is Governor Sununu on the Washington Post story that I mentioned earlier, which asserted that Trump individually was under investigation by special counsel Robert Mueller. Cut 15, Grace.
So you don't think that the reports are accurate that the president is under investigation by Bob Mueller for obstruction of justice?
Look, that all came from the Washington Post, and we remember what Ben Bradley, the iconic editor of the Washington Post, used to say about the Post. The Post doesn't print the truth, it prints what we're told. And I think it falls in that category. Somebody told them that, and they chose to print it.
I think that's an excellent summation. Someone told them that, and they chose to print it. And who cares if the source is too good to check out? Some other people have been saying that Ben Bradley in the movie All the President's Men, which is about Woodward and Bernstein and their investigation of Watergate, Ben Bradley, rapping the table saying, we need somebody on record. We need somebody on record. We need to pin this down with somebody who's willing to go on the record. But you don't really see that in the Washington Post these days. And then lastly, former Governor Sununu has an excellent theory about why Mueller is staffing his team with Democrats. I thought this is interesting. Go ahead and play cut 14, Grace.
Are you bothered by any of these possibilities?
I'm bothered by the fact that what bothers me the most, and there must be a reason for it, is Mueller making 4 of his first hires so blatantly biased lawyers, pro-Democrat lawyers with a bias certainly against the president. Now, Mueller must have some idea in mind, and if I put the best gloss on that I could possibly do, is that maybe Mueller has decided internally that this isn't going anywhere, and that the only way he can have credibility on a decision saying that there's nothing there is to have that decision come from a group of lawyers that are so blatantly biased against the president.
That's an interesting theory. If Mueller thinks that there's no there, and he's putting Democrats on this committee so that hopefully eventually Democrats will be able to accept the results of a special counsel that comes back and says there's no there. It's very interesting. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. We'll be back talking about Otto Warmbier. This is the Howie Carr Show.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy.
We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all up. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show. He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr here on the Howie Carr Show. Just this afternoon, Otto Warmbier passed away. For those of you who haven't been following the situation, Otto was an American college student who took a tour with a group of other students to China. And near the end of the tour, he elected to go on a somewhat briefer tour of North Korea. Near the end of the stint of his North Korean travel, this is the story coming out of the North Korean regime, which is inherently untrustworthy. But the North Koreans allege that Otto attempted to steal a North Korean propaganda poster, which, if I'm honest with myself, would be a nice little relic, a souvenir to have. I can imagine myself in a similar situation as a young college student, thinking that it might be exciting to go to North Korea, being, foolhardy and thinking that no ill will come of that, and seeing a poster of Kim Jong-un's fat face and saying, yeah, that'd look nice hanging in my college dormitory. So I could easily see myself being in this situation. He was detained for a crime against the state and sentenced to 15 years in a hard labor camp. It was a heinous sentence. There's no such thing as the rule of law in North Korea. It's a despotic state. But this comes in the I guess his return to the United States came last week, and the Obama administration had told the Warmbiers for the longest time just to stay quiet, that they shouldn't be doing public appearances while he was detained. He was detained for, I think, like 14 to 16 months. So during the last months of the Obama administration, they were telling the Warmbiers not to do media interviews. They were urging a strategy of strategic patience. And they assured the Warmbiers that they were negotiating with the North Koreans to try and get his release. We do not have official diplomatic relations with North Korea. The Swedish embassy in Pyongyang actually handles our affairs. We had no idea that Otto Warmbier was in a coma. The Warmbier's parents thought that he was just in prison, and then they learned that he's coming home, that the Trump administration and Rex Tillerson have negotiated his release. And then they find out that he's actually in a coma. And the doctors who examined him revealed that he had brain damage in almost every part of his brain. The North Koreans say, well, he came down with botulism and we gave him a sleeping pill and he fell asleep and never woke up. I mean, that's hogwash. That's 100% hogwash. I mean, this should outrage every single American. First off, what the hell was the Obama administration doing? Why couldn't the Obama administration do? I mean, they had 10, 12 months to get Otto out. What the hell were they doing that the Trump administration was able to do? The Trump administration was able to get Otto home. The Obama administration sat on its hands. They were too busy giving a bribe to the Iranian regime in order to get the hostages they had back. Billions of dollars and a nuclear agreement that is not in the interest of the United States. They were too busy. John Kerry was too busy in Paris negotiating a climate deal. They were too busy looking out for the interests of the American left wing and really the global left wing. They couldn't stand up for an American like Otto Warmbier, who, he made a mistake. Don't ever go to North Korea is one of the lessons that comes out of this. You didn't need the example of Otto Warmbier to draw that conclusion, but it's just not a good place to go, not a safe place to go. There is no humanity, there is no decency in North Korea. If you want to give us a call, 1-844-500-4242. I guess the question is, what should be the response? What should be the response to a belligerent nation that takes an American hostage and brutalizes and terrorizes them and leaves them in a persistent vegetative state, never tells the United States about this, never tells their family about this, and just hands him over in a coma and says, hey, sorry, he ate some bad canned goods and got a little sick, so we gave him a sleeping pill, and he just never woke up. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. I mean, what should be the response here? Because tensions have been on the rise for a long time with North Korea. The Obama administration tried to completely ignore that there was anything going on the Korean Peninsula because they had this, this pivot to Asia was one of the centerpieces early on of the Obama administration, but nothing good ever came of it. You still have a nation on the North Korean Peninsula, which I will have to go back in a time machine and remind you that Bill Clinton, much like Obama, negotiated a nuclear agreement with North Korea, and he promised that it was going to be this great non-proliferation agreement, and we'd never have to worry about a North Korea with nuclear weapons. And surprise, they get nuclear weapons, and now it's a whole new ballgame. So I think there needs to be a response to North Korea. What can we do, though, considering you've got a nuclear state that has not just its nukes, but all of its artillery pointed at Seoul, South Korea, with a population 15 million. I mean, their conventional artillery could hit Seoul. So, I mean, General Mattis was asked to talk about this. I think it was either today or over the weekend, and he outlined what war with North Korea would look like, and it would be devastating. It would be brutal. It would be a mass casualty event. So, obviously, war is to be avoided in this situation, but there needs to be some response here to North Korea, and there needs to be some new tool in our toolbook needs to be used in order to take care of their nuclear weapons program. Because I don't think that the United States can tolerate a nuclear North Korea. I think there needs to be something done about it other than issuing strongly worded statements. We'll go to the phone line right now. The number is 844-500-4242. What do we do about North Korea and the imprisonment on trumped-up charges of an American citizen and ultimately the murder at the hands of the North Korean regime of an American citizen? Louis, you're first on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Louis.
How you doing?
Good, Louis.
Okay, so here's the deal. You and Howie should be living in the same house together because you sound just like him.
Thanks, I guess.
No, well, that's not a thank you because, you guys have a big audience, but you really, let me get to my point first, then I'll explain what my point is. The Obama administration correctly could not get him out, and you said, what was the Trump administration able to do over the last 6 months to get him out? They were able to get him out quickly, but what you failed to say is they were able to get out a guy that was in a coma. They just wanted to get rid of him, and then wait a minute, let me finish. And then they made up a story about Boston. I could have got you out if you were in a coma.
Louis,
So I could have got him out.
Louis, are you blaming the Trump administration or Donald Trump because he was in a coma?
No.
He's been Louis. Just hold on. He's been in a coma since his last public media appearance, which was almost at the beginning, within the first month of his imprisonment in North Korea. So he was in a coma for most of the time that the Obama administration said that they were working back channels to get him out of there.
Listen, you have no proof that he was in a coma all that time. I don't believe that he was in a coma all that time.
Okay, so you don't have any reason not to. You don't have any reason to believe that he just went into a coma on January 20th either, Louis.
Yes, no, I realize
he never made any public
appearances.
He never made any public appearances, and the North Koreans love to trot out any American they have prisoner. They love to trot him out for these kind of propaganda victories and show all of the people in North Korea that they're so much better than the North Koreans. So if he wasn't in a coma, they probably would have been using him for other propaganda videos, and I don't think you have any evidence to suggest that he was alive at any point of the Trump administration.
Let's agree to agree and say we both don't know. But to blame the Obama administration, you don't believe that the Obama administration or the president or Hillary Clinton at the time she was Secretary of State, you don't believe that they didn't try to get the guy out.
I don't think. I do, Louis. I do. I think they tried to get him out, but what their first priority was, what the Obama administration's first priority was managing bad PR, and they didn't like the optics of the situation, and that's why they went to the warm beers and they said, "We've got a volatile situation on." This was their thinking. We've got a volatile situation on our hands if these guys start doing press conferences, and we have to turn our attention from, the Iran deal, from the Paris Climate Accord. We have to turn our attention from this and focus on getting an American boy back on U.S. soil, then we're going to have a problem. We'll play the cuts from Otto Warmbier's father, where he says specifically, and I believe him, that the Obama administration told him to not do media appearances and urged a course of action of strategic patience. And so I don't blame the Obama administration for the predicament that Otto was in, but I do blame them for not making it a high enough priority, because the results speak for themselves. Trump was able to negotiate the release of Otto Warmbier. Rex Tillerson was, and the Obama administration was not, and that tells me that it wasn't a high enough priority for the Obama administration. Thanks for your call, Louis. Always appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll take more calls on the other side, and we'll get the cuts so you can hear from Otto's father talking with Tucker Carlson. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We here at Matthews Brothers are still learning about this whole social media thing. After all, we're 163 years old and just barely got used to videotapes. One thing we've learned is, while being followed walking down the street is not necessarily a good thing, being followed on Facebook is. At least we think it must be, since the two top Facebook pages are Facebook and Facebook for Phones. Anyway, for no particular reason, we decided this year we're going to increase the number of people who follow us on Facebook. And not just anybody. No, sir. We want people just like you. Now, you might be saying, Matthews Brothers, why me? I'm not a builder, remodeler, architect, or typical homeowner considering purchasing windows in the next 6 months to 1 year. Why should I follow you? Good question. Because by following us, you just may win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano. That's why. Boom! You can learn all the details, but only
Enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click store. HowieCarrShow.com. Click store.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave moisture control units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by The Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He's the absolute best in the business. Both Howie and Grace went with The Car Guys, and they're so happy they did. Call The Car Guys at 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Howie will be back tomorrow, and we are talking about the murder of Otto Warmbier at the hand of North Korean despots. He passed on earlier this afternoon. His family was by his bedside. It's just really... I think Beaver Stefanian kind of sums it up in his text, 541. Right now, hearing of Otto Warmbier's death is like how I felt at the attempted Reagan assassination, sick to my stomach and with a burning rage. And it's all the more, the rage is all the more intense because you feel like, you know, what can we really do about it? We've imposed as many sanctions as we can on the regime. We've exhausted economic and political outlets. And as heartbreaking and gut-wrenching as Otto's death is in this moment, the more serious in terms of, you know, the course of history and geopolitics, the more serious factor here is the North Korea's use of their nuclear weapons program. There are some reports that the North Korean intercontinental ballistic missile could hit Los Angeles in under 30 minutes. And that's frightening. This is awful. It's an affront to humanity what they've done to Otto. But the use of nuclear weapons on a major American city it was something to be much more concerned about, if we're being honest with ourselves. I promised before we went into the break that we were going to play some audio from Otto Warmbier's father. This was before he passed away, but this is him weighing in on the Trump administration. Go ahead, Grace.
When Otto was first taken, we were advised by the past administration to take a low profile while they worked to obtain his release. We did so without result. Earlier this year, Cindy and I decided the time for strategic patience was over, and we made a few media appearances and traveled to Washington to meet with Ambassador Joe Yoon at the State Department. It is my understanding that Ambassador Yoon and his team, at the direction of the President, aggressively pursued resolution of the situation.
So there you go. The administration that returned Bo Bergdahl, a traitor, from the hands of the Taliban in exchange for other terrorists. They couldn't get Otto back, but the Trump administration was able to. And you have it in Otto Warmbier's father's words right there, that they were more aggressive, that Rex Tillerson saw to it that Otto Warmbier was returned. Here now is, he's asked at this press conference, is it your opinion that the Obama administration didn't do enough?
The question is, do I think the past administration could have done more? I think the results speak for themselves.
Exactly. You had an administration that was unwilling to give themselves bad optics or draw attention away from their other, progressive globalist priorities in Paris and Tehran. And so it just wasn't high up enough on their priority to get an American citizen back here safe and sound. I'll go to the phone lines on this one. 1-844-500-4242 is the General Communications listener line. We're asking, what do you think the response should be to North Korea from the Trump administration? Dave, you're next on this one with Steve filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Steve, listen, you're still missing the two biggest cuts of that interview. One being that Obama never once even called these people. That wasn't bad enough. But the bigger one is that they were actually threatened with legal action if they did go public. And that was the thing that just blew my mind that morning. On the same day that we got Trump visiting in the hospital with Scalise, we find out that Obama couldn't even make a phone call.
And yet, he couldn't make a phone call. He couldn't make a phone call, Dave, to the Warm Beers. Yet he was very happy to stand in the Rose Garden with Bo Bergdahl's parents and give them a celebratory, a little party there in the Rose Garden.
And that last caller, yeah, I do blame Obama. He's a piece of crap. Because look at Jimmy Carter. It's the same thing all over. As soon as Reagan got elected, we got our hostages back from Iran. It's time for, there used to be a time when you would not touch an American citizen. Yeah. Nobody would touch us. We were untouchable. Now it's like we're prime game. We even got Somali pirates trying to get us. Seriously, we need to say, we're all worried about them fighting back. Well, God damn it, it's time to fight. What are we going to do? Let them become like Hitler? Give them that much power? No, we got to nip this in the butt.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Thanks for the call. I got to stop you right there. But I think it's a legitimate point. Before Barack Obama, we did not negotiate with terrorists or belligerent countries that take our people hostage. I mean, we didn't negotiate in the sense that we're not going to pay ransom. The Obama administration set a precedent that if you capture 5 American citizens and you're a country like Iran, you might just wind up with billions of dollars in sanctions relief in order to return those people. And I hope that the Trump administration is able to reverse that standard so that these bad actors don't think that they can just capture an American traveling abroad and exact some kind of concession. But that's the path that the Obama administration had us on, certainly. We'll take another phone call here on 1-844-500-4242. Steve, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Steve, that's a good name that you got.
Hey, I like your name, too.
Anyway. It's easy to remember, right? Hey, to this whole thing with this guy that was murdered, the United States should at least, if not with the world or the United Nations, or at least with our allies, charge him with a war crime. Put that on the shelf.
But what does that do, though? What does that do? I mean, right now. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh no, what I'm saying is, unfortunately, in a situation like this, do we declare war with North Korea? You know what I'm saying? Sanctions, I don't know, maybe do something. But
we actually never stopped. This is a fun fact, Steve. We never actually stopped being at war with North Korea because there was a ceasefire negotiated, but there was never an end officially to the hostilities. But I think the question is, are we going to take some kind of military action against them? I mean, is the prospect of nuclear war, the mass destruction of a lot of South Koreans, is that worth retaliating over Otto Warmbier? I just don't know. I don't know what's left in the diplomatic, political, economic, or military arsenal to punish them for doing this. But I mean, the UN certainly isn't going to help because right now it's a known fact that North Korea is operating gulags, and there's anywhere from 25 to 50,000 North Korean citizens who are imprisoned, many of them because their grandparents committed crimes against the young family. So I don't think I don't know what the solution is, Steve, but I don't think that the UN is going to be helpful. I've got a funny story here about the UN, by the way. Did you know, Grace? The UN is finally going to make it illegal to appropriate other people's cultures. Cultural appropriation is going to be banned by the UN. We'll be back in a minute. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you. Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish you'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Are you in the beginning of this investigation, the middle of it? I know you don't know the exact end date of when you think you'll be able to draw a conclusion, but at least give me some sense of where you are.
Well, first I can say categorically that the collusion or cooperation aspect of the investigation is not over. And as far as that goes, I'd say we're 20% into it, just to throw a number at it.
Live from an undisclosed location.
You know, I'm actually getting more uncomfortable with this whole deal, thinking that maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And I'm bothered by the lack of emerging evidence about the underlying crime, that there was actually collusion or coordination between the Trump White House.
There's a lot of fog, but I don't see why we should be that concerned that we don't have the smoking gun yet. I mean, we're still clearing away the smoke. It seems to me the investigation will go on, and either they will find evidence of collusion or they will not.
What kind of evidence have you seen? What can you tell us?
Well, I think there is evidence. I can't go into the particulars of our closed investigation, but I also think there's evidence of obstruction. But in both cases, I would say whether there is some evidence doesn't mean that there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So you don't think that the reports are accurate that the president is under investigation by Bob Mueller for obstruction of justice?
Look, that all came from the Washington Post, and we remember what Ben Bradley, the iconic editor of the Washington Post, used to say about the Post. The Post doesn't print the truth, it prints what we're told. And I think it falls in that category. Somebody told them that, and they chose to print it.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie here on the Howie Carr Show. Howie will be back tomorrow from 3 to 7 p.m. Packed news day. Again, the truism holds true. I guess that's good because it's a truism that there are no slow news days in the Trump administration. Joining us now to talk about the news of the day is Bruce Mittman. He's the CEO of Mitcom, a big ad agency here in Boston, and he's a principal of Community Broadcasters, which owns a bunch of radio stations up and down the East Coast. And we'll continue to take calls about the Otto Warmbier situation and what exactly the response should be to North Korea for murdering an American citizen and returning him in a coma, basically. And for those of you who just tuned in, Otto Warmbier, the American college student detained in North Korea, he passed on earlier today, surrounded by his family. It was kind of expected because of his medical condition, but he is no longer with us. And there's a lot of people who are very, very angry about this situation. Bruce Mittman, what do you make of the situation with Otto Warmbier in North Korea right now?
Well, it's very distressing. I mean, it's very sad. He's a kid that all he did is pull a poster down to take it home as a piece of memorabilia, and he got more memorabilia than he certainly wanted. And, during the Obama administration, we heard really nothing about it. They just allowed him to basically rot in prison.
No, the Obama administration told the parents to stay quiet.
Right, and as they did with when our soldier was in Mexican jail. Yep. I mean, it's just astounding to me that they did nothing and have done nothing to demonstrate the strength of America, which certainly would have had an impact. And now Trump's back and he's back and he's dead, and it's I think I heard you say before and that this is murder. It's absolutely murder. And it's a war crime.
It's a war crime. I mean, I don't know what they did to him. Kurt Schilling was in here earlier, and he said that he thinks that they just, beat him within an inch of his life. But there's something going on there. I don't know whether they were testing chemical agents on him. Something was done to him beyond just roughing him up in a prison cell. President Trump has put out a statement tonight. Melania and I offer our deepest condolences to the family of Otto Warmbier on his untimely passing. There is nothing more tragic for a parent than to lose a child in the prime of life. Our thoughts and prayers are with Otto's family and friends and all those who loved him. Otto's fate deepens my administration's determination to prevent such tragedies from befalling innocent people at the hands of regimes that do not respect the rule of law or basic human decency. I mean, but what really can be the response here when we seem to have exhausted all of our political and diplomatic efforts here? We have as many sanctions in place as we possibly can. Someone on the text line had a good idea. Maybe these sanctions need to start to apply to any nation that does business with North Korea. Mm-hmm. And I think you could make a case for that, but we're talking sweeping sanctions in that case, because that would include China, who's their main economic partner, their main trading partner.
Well, it's obvious that China really doesn't want to get involved. I mean, China's made noise like they're there for them, but when they told them they don't want any more coal, it was because they already had enough coal. It wasn't like they were just rejecting their coal because they wanted to make a statement. So they've really paid a lot of lip service, and I think that we don't really have a lot of options. Unfortunately, the best option might be to offer up $100 million to one of the generals to blow him away and offer him protection. Unfortunately, and fortunately, we are party to the Geneva Convention, and that's not a sanctioned strategy.
Oh, can you imagine how the left would howl if we engaged in political assassinations? Even though it's a brutal, tyrannical nation that brutalizes its own people, much in the way that they brutalized Otto Warmbier.
Unfortunately, we can't do that because then we'd have nations all over the place trying to assassinate each other's leaders, and I don't think the world could deal with that one.
I'm talking with Bruce Mitcom. He's the Bruce Mittman. He's the CEO of Mitcom. Mitcom, and it's an ad agency here in Boston. And Bruce, I do have to give you a little bit of credit because we had you on last week, and you were warning about the rising political tensions here in this country, from the mainstream media screaming about Trump's collusion with Russia, to bloggers, to social media, to protesters in the street. And you were very concerned about this and the potential that it erupts in violence. And sadly, it it did.
Yeah.
Just a few days after you were on the show talking about that, we had this lunatic Bernie Sanders supporter took a gun out to a baseball field in Alexandria, Virginia, and tried to assassinate Republican politicians because they were Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, the level of noise last week was really at an all-time high in my mind from an energy point of view. I mean, people were just throwing everything at this administration that they possibly could, and you're seeing it start to ratchet up again. You know, they gave it a couple of days and a little
Did they?
kumbaya.
I don't even know if they gave it a couple of days, because it was less than 24 hours afterwards, and Nancy Pelosi was at her official press briefing calling the Republicans sanctimonious.
But what's troubling to me is and I think I was saying this to me before we got on the air. What's troubling to me is that the Republicans are allowing the Democrats to determine the agenda at this point. They are eerily silent to the administration's policies. They're eerily silent to supporting the president on what I consider the most absurd charge. The Russian charge, to me, is one big fantasy that's based on nothing.
It's a conspiracy theory.
It's
pure conspiracy theory.
It's a comedy that the Democrats, in my mind, have created in order to justify why somebody was leaking the emails for Hillary Clinton, and it turned into this incredible Russian conspiracy in my mind. And
I think that the Russia ruse was a pretense for the Obama administration, led by types like Susan Rice and Ben Rhodes and Samantha Powers, who was also the UN ambassador, who's also revealed to have been asking to unmask the identities of American citizens swept up incidentally in the intelligence gathering. I think that the entire Russian ruse was a pretense to spy on the Trump campaign.
Absolutely it was. And the Republicans are silent because they're fearful, some of them.
They're worried about their constituents.
Well, I think they have more to worry about, because I think if they remain silent much longer, they will lose control of the Senate. They will lose control of the Congress, because there's not one unified voice coming out of the Republican Party, and it cannot be just the voice of Trump and his administration. It has to be the Republican Party, and it's not like he's out there suggesting these ridiculous. He's talking about infrastructure, tax reform, healthcare reform. Why are we not being reminded that the healthcare system is in destruction because of a ridiculous system put into play that cannot be supported financially by any part of the government or any part of the tax structure?
It does. It seems like every week there's another story, really every day, of health insurers pulling out of the Affordable Care Act exchanges because it's no longer financially viable for them. And it would seem that there's a huge opportunity there for every Republican congressman, every Republican talking head to be talking about the failure of the Affordable Care Act. But you don't hear that. Instead, you hear the Republican senators, they're all white guys sitting in a room talking about taking health care away from 23 million people.
How dare they talk alone? Well, of course they're talking alone, because if they're going to talk in public, they'd never get a bill on the floor. So, I mean, and the Republicans know this. It's absurd for them to be whining about this in public, and then giving credence to the Democrats that the Republicans don't have a policy or strategy to counteract Obamacare, and all they've done, pretty soon it's going to be the Republicans destroyed Obamacare, not Obamacare was self-destructing.
That the Republicans saved Obamacare from itself.
That's right.
That should be the narrative.
And that the healthcare system, which was destroyed by Obamacare, is being rebuilt, reshaped, so that it can, in fact, sustain itself. And that's clearly not nothing's being communicated out of the Republican Party, and it's very distressing as a Republican.
In retrospect, Bruce Mittman, do you think that it was an error for Donald Trump to pursue ACA repeal and replacement first, rather than going with something like tax reform, given that Trump said over and over again, the best thing would be for me to let this implode? Because I think it was. I think tax reform should have been first on the memo, because this healthcare stuff certainly hasn't played well, and it hasn't helped his popularity rating, and it hasn't made him more popular with Republican members of Congress, whom he needs if he's going to advance substantive parts of his agenda.
Well, if you believe Ryan, then you have to believe that he had to undo what was done with Obamacare in order to get the tax relief actually in play so that it can pay for itself in essence, because the savings were trillions of dollars by revamping the Obamacare program.
First, I don't know if I believe Paul Ryan, but the point remains, though, that
I said if you believe him.
there are other legislative victories that he could have gotten before he moved on to Obamacare, and let Obamacare suffer and say, you know, guys, I know it sucks. You see your premiums going up. We're going to do something about it, but I got to get these Democrats on board. You got to build a case for your agenda.
Yes, you're right. But then again, the Trump administration didn't go to the public and say, I can't get my own people elected to accepted through Congress. Confirmed, right. And you know what? Why didn't he go to the American people? Why didn't he make a speech and talk about the challenges he's facing, the reality of what's going on, what's actually going on with the Obamacare, and why he has to change it? They do nothing to explain it. He kind of throws it out there, expects everybody to understand why he's doing what he's doing, and then when the dirt gets kicked up in his face, he really doesn't have a strong team to offset that.
But you also have to have some sympathy for President Trump, given that the attack that he's under from the establishment in Washington D.C., the media, the unprecedented media attacks, the vitriol, and then there's leakers within the administration, and not just Obama holdovers. Some people who are just fundamentally disloyal, who are backbiting and sniping at him. So it's understandable that we haven't seen lots of legislative victories yet, but I think you're also right that Republican members of Congress need to get on board. Well, we'll take some calls on this on the other side. 1-844-500-4242. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Back in a minute.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with 1T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Hey, listen up. This is the most important 30 seconds of your day. More than 50,000 veterans are homeless right now. Brave men and women who served our country are sleeping on the streets. Luckily, there's one New England organization who is giving these vets a second chance. Welcome to the DV Farm, operated by vets for vets. The DV Farm in southwestern New Hampshire provides housing for homeless veterans and the rehab and support they need to reintegrate back into civilian life. Learn more and find out how you can support the DV Farm at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Steve Robinson in for Howie on the Howie Carr Show here. Howie's not here, but the poll question is. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a high-quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Grace, what is the poll question and what are the results thus far?
The play Julius Caesar has been interrupted twice by protesters. Do you support the stage stormers?
I don't. I think they're scam artists. And I don't think that anything helpful comes of it. And I understand the inclination to say, ooh, those smug New York liberals getting a stick in their eye. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I don't think that it helps anything. I don't think it helps the Trump administration because it makes us look like hypocrites. Because, if they're going to interrupt our, Ann Coulter's speech or Charles Murray's speech, and then we're going to go interrupt their speech, and, two wrongs don't make a right. What do you think, Bruce?
No, I agree completely with you, quite frankly. I mean, emotionally.
You're a New Yorker, right? Did you ever have the opportunity to take in any of the great art?
New York has a lot of art, like Boston, like Chicago, like a lot of cities. But yes, I took some of the art in, yes.
What are the results, Grace?
65% of people support the protests.
Well, you haven't weighed in, Grace. I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this because I know you don't like going against the majority here. But you've heard my very persuasive arguments on this poll question all day long.
Very persuasive, by the way.
What are your opinions?
I totally agree with you, Steve. I was a theater major. I have a lot of respect for the theater. And I can vouch that if you're putting on a play that people do not want to see, I can assure you they will not come and see it.
You sound like you've performed for some empty audiences, empty
you know what?
Stages.
When I was in school, we put on some amazing shows that were packed houses, and then some shows were a little out there, and people show you if they want to see it or not, because guess what? They won't buy tickets.
I've often seen the ratings spike every time Grace is on the air, though.
Oh, I believe it. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't have the story in front of me right now, Bruce, but I wanted you to weigh in on Megyn Kelly.
Right.
It turns out that there was so much gnashing of teeth over her decision to have to interview Alex Jones. There were boycotts and protests and threatened boycotts and threatened protests, and social media was just in a fuss about Megyn Kelly interviewing this guy. Then it turns out that nobody watches it. It came in behind a rerun of 60 Minutes, and the second half of it, which did not feature the interview with Jones, tied with America's Funniest Home Videos. Right. I guess. Are you surprised?
It was also against the second worst rated U.S. Open. So, she didn't have a tumultuous U.S. Open to compete with either.
So, I mean, you're an ad buyer. You work with ratings all the time. Right. 2 questions. Do you think that Megyn Kelly can recover from what... I don't think you can call it a slump because she never started very high. Do you think she can recover? And 2, would you be advising clients to buy advertising on the Megyn Kelly Sunday Show?
Well, first of all, we've talked about this before. I don't believe the format that they have is a network news format. It should be on it's a cable news format. And so I don't think there's going to be a lot of interest. She's going against 60 Minutes, which frankly has a whole bunch of producers, a whole bunch of hosts, a whole bunch of money.
Just bigger guns, more support staff.
Right, and more credible, and history that goes back, 30, 40 years, so, or maybe more. And that's one challenge that she has. The other is, I think Megyn Kelly is damaged goods. I think that the people that really liked her at Fox started to not like her at the end as she started to campaign for her next job. And I think
showboating, really. Yes. I know. I think there's something to be said. I mean, a common critique of her on this show is me again. Right. That it became all about her, and she enjoyed the celebrity that she got from asking Donald Trump a tough question in the first or second GOP debate, and she liked the strange new respect that she was getting from liberals.
Yeah, she's focused on being the news instead of reporting the news, and I think that's really not for her going to be a successful equation, quite frankly. And I think that show's doomed.
Do you think NBC thought that they were getting a bigger star than they did?
I think that anybody that was going after her thought she was going to be a megastar, and I don't think she is. And I think she did well on Fox because of the format and who she was, but I mean, she fit the Roger Ailes template. Exactly.
And she was good. She had some hard-hitting interviews. She did a lot of like the Tucker style stuff, bring on a liberal and dismantle their arguments.
Right.
I know I like seeing that. But hey, Bruce, thank you for being in with us. Always appreciate it. We'll see you next Monday.
Look forward to it.
All right, this is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show. Coming up next, we'll continue our talk about auto warm beer. Give us a call, 1-844-500-4242.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to... We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created equal. Don't settle for just any system. Modern times call for modern solutions. Do what Howie did and call General Communications. They'll design the perfect cloud-based phone system from ShoreTel. ShoreTel, brilliantly simple. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrShow.com. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. We're going to get back to talking about the situation with North Korea. For those of you just tuning in, Otto Warmbier, the American student who was detained, really held hostage in North Korea by the Kim Jong-un dynasty, has passed away, surrounded by his family earlier today. It was kind of expected, given what doctors told us. Upon his return, it was discovered that he was in a coma. He had near complete brain damage in most parts of his brain. The North Korean officials are giving excuses about what happened to him, but none of them really make any sense. It's an atrocity. It's tragic, and we're very sad for the Warmbiers. But the question I've been asking is, what now? What do we do? We're happy that the Trump administration, unlike the Obama administration, was able to get an American held hostage back into the United States. But where does this go now? There's this impulse to want to punish the North Koreans, but what exactly do we do? But before we can take calls on this, the North Korean situation at 1-844-500-4242. But before we do that, I need to get to another story out of Virginia. Now, you may have seen this, a hate crime. It was just a brutal hate crime against a young Muslim woman. She was walking from an International House of Pancakes to a mosque, and she was assaulted and she was murdered. And it made the rounds on national media because it was a product of Islamophobia. That's what they said. It was anti-Muslim vitriol espoused by the President of the United States, and all the conservatives and all the Republicans created this environment where white people feel like they can just attack Muslims, or white Christians feel like they can just attack Muslims. And it was a big story, but somehow I feel like it's about to not be that big of a story. The attacker in this case, I read this morning, his name is Darwin Martinez Torres. And when I read that, I said, maybe this guy's a dreamer. Maybe he is in this country illegally, because dreamers and people who are here in this country illegally, sometimes they get wrapped up in these stories. So I emailed Jessica Vaughn, a frequent guest of the Howie Carr Show, and I asked her, she's from the Center for Immigration Studies, and I asked her, do we have any idea of Darwin Martinez Torres's immigration status? And so I waited all day, and I checked in, and I tried to find what his immigration status was. Well, I just got an email during the commercial break from Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies, and Chuck Ross at the Daily Caller is now reporting that ICE has placed a detainer on Darwin Martinez Torres, the 22-year-old man accused of murdering a 17-year-old Muslim girl in Virginia on Sunday morning. It turns out that Darwin Martinez Torres is an illegal immigrant from El Salvador, according to ICE. And of course, they've placed a detainer on him. He is a citizen national of El Salvador. He's being held at the Adult Detention Center in Fairfax, Virginia. Obviously, he's going to have the criminal charges, and then he'll be subject to deportation. The Washington Post reports that Torres' arraignment earlier on Monday, he works in construction, apparently. Even though he's an illegal immigrant, he works in construction, has a 4-year-old son and a girlfriend, according to family members. But the sheriff's office, the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office, also confirmed that he is a resident of El Salvador. And surprisingly, Torres spoke in court from jail through a Spanish translator. So there we go. So how quickly is this going to fade from the minds of the liberal media here? This is an interesting one for their hierarchy, because illegal immigrants from South America, from Latin America, they're privileged in the minds of American liberals, but so are Muslims. And so this is like, when a Muslim attacks a gay person, it's a competing priorities for the left. Who do they feel more sorry for? This is going to be a real challenge for him, but I'm willing to bet that you're not going to hear much about this in the New York Times or the Washington Post. An illegal immigrant murdering a Muslim woman who was on her way to a mosque. But I just wanted to get that out of the way, because we do finally now have his immigration status. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. Going to take calls now about the situation in North Korea at 1-844-500-4242. And we could also talk a little bit about the situation in Syria. We haven't gotten to that today, but we saw that last night that the United States shot down a Syrian aircraft. This was the first time since I think Kosovo that the United States a United States jet has shot down another country's aircraft. Reading now from Megan Opera's Inbound newsletter. It was the first such air-to-air kill for the U.S. military since an F-16 shot down a Serbian MiG-29 in 1999 during the Kosovo campaign. And in many ways, this was inevitable. When you have a quagmire like Syria, you have all different kinds of forces. It's really not like there's the good side and the bad side. There's not even two sides. There's 3 or 4 or 5 sides. No one really knows what's going on. And when there's so much confusion and so many actors at play in the region, it's inevitable that something like this is going to happen. And I think that the United States was justified in shooting down the Syrian aircraft because it was bombing U.S.-led coalition efforts. Now Russia has come out and said that they're going to track with their surface-to-air missiles any aircraft, any flying object that is west of the Euphrates River. Obviously, it's a tinderbox. No one wants to see world war. And Syria, frankly, isn't worth it. And this is why we voted for President Trump to avoid, a big part of his agenda was no more foreign wars, no more American blood, sweat, and treasure lost in the Middle East. And what we're seeing now is a big escalation of that conflict. I saw reports that Russia kind of softened their statement to say that they would escort any flying object that they found in there. So rather than just immediately shoot it down without even warning us on the hotline, they would just intercept with their own jets. That would seem to be a softer position. But either way, I don't see a good way that the United States gets out of this. Do we fly aircraft over the no-fly zone that Russia has effectively imposed and risk one of our jets getting shot down or one of our UAVs getting shot down? And how do we respond if one of them does get shot down? How would the Trump administration respond to an American aircraft getting shot down by Russia? We have all the ingredients here for an Archduke Ferdinand moment where these little proxy wars and conflicts suddenly explode into something much bigger and much more problematic. it's a messy situation all around. And you had asked the same question in North Korea. We've got the death of Otto Warmbier, the murder of Otto Warmbier by the North Koreans. It's gut wrenching for us, because if you have children and you can imagine your kids going overseas, maybe not to North Korea, hopefully not to North Korea, but you can imagine your kids going overseas and doing something stupid and tearing down a poster. The crime for tearing down a poster should not be the death penalty. I don't care where you are. The crime for tearing down a poster should not be death penalty. But the question is, what do you do? What does the Trump administration do about the Russian provocations in Syria? And what do we do about the North Korean regime, the heinous detention of an American citizen, and ultimately his murder? What should be the response? Obviously, we don't want war, but in many of these instances, we have used every means we have diplomatically or economically to try and bring about a resolution to the problem that's in our interest. So what do you do? I don't know. I'm open to your suggestions. 1-844-500-4242. We'll go out to the phone lines. Alan, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Alan.
Hey, thanks, Steve. I want to make a couple comments about. It's hard to pronounce Warmbier there. The poor young man that tore down that poster. I just think it's a complete mockery. I mean, it just reminds me of the Iranians there when they got the Americans on the ship, made them put their arms behind their head, and just insulted it. It just makes America look weak, and it's not what the world needs right now. I mean, I think everybody can fully agree is that the whole world without America would be complete chaos. I mean, look at Russia. The jet coming down, you got them making threats against us. I mean, the credibility of America is on the line. And that's why I voted for Trump, is to keep America where America is, the big dog.
Yeah, well,
instead,
I guess
you had Obama. Instead you had Obama just giving them away all our nuclear warheads. I mean, you had Obama just bending over saying sorry. Well, that didn't work. I mean, now I think the whole world has witnessed that, and you've got all these bad guys that are coming out of the woodwork, and they're going to use that for their advantage. I mean, I know it doesn't sound good. Nobody wants war. Well, but sometimes if you didn't lift the sanction against North Korea would be in a black box right now, and they wouldn't have a single thing to the name. But Bill Clinton didn't, did he? Bill Clinton lifted the sanctions. He let North Korea get warheads that they never should have had in the first place. And then you got John Kerry, and then you got Obama letting Iran run the table and let them boss us. It's just complete chaos. It may take a while. It may look ugly.
It is.
I think Trump's going to get it back on the track.
Yeah, well, fortunately, we have guys like Jim Mattis who are in charge. We actually have adults in the room. We don't have pajama boys like Ben Rhodes running U.S. foreign policy anymore. And I think that if there's anything good that can come from this situation with North Korea, it's that Warmbier, despite his sad condition when he finally was returned, he did return. It's not one of these situations where we never hear about him again and he's just disappeared. So I think it's a positive sign that the Trump administration is able to do pro-American things that the Obama administration was not able to do. But again, what is the good resolution of this problem? Because Kim Jong-un is not a guy who's going to relinquish power willingly, and the prospect of peaceful regime change or self-motivated regime change in that country does not look strong, because the guy's got a death grip on the country. Hey, thanks for the call, Alan. Appreciate it. Steven, you're next on the Howie Carr Show with Steve Robinson filling in. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing? Well, I guess Trump had all his bluster 2-3 months ago. Said that basically sanctions were off the table with North Korea, and now he was going to take a tough stance. Of course, then he misplaced the aircraft carrier for a week. No big deal if Obama had done it, I'm sure. He would have been impeached for that, I'm sure.
No, he wouldn't have been impeached for that. I mean, that was just a miscommunication. That was just a slip of the tongue. I don't think that was a.
Are you really going to defend Trump for that, Stephen?
No, I don't think that was a big deal. I really don't. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying I don't think it's a big deal.
He was making threats to North Korea with the assumption that we got an aircraft carrier off the coast.
Okay, so what's the big deal?
No ship there.
He
had nothing there.
What's the big deal?
What do you mean?
We don't have a ship there for them to attack. I mean, there's a little bit of misdirection involved. Well,
and then, well, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. You're saying it was no big deal?
I'm saying it was no big deal. Trump misspoke about the location of a carrier group, which like a few days later ended up off the North Korean peninsula. I'm not going to parse his words. Stephen, go get away. Dump him, Grace. He misspoke about the location of a carrier group. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's not like he allowed an American citizen to be detained by North Korea for 14, 15 months while he was actually in a coma. It's not like he gave the Iranian regime $1.7 billion in sanctions relief to try and get a few prisoners back. It's not like he traded terrorists who were being kept at Gitmo for Bo Bergdahl, a traitor. I don't care if he. I mean, do you know where all the carrier groups are? I mean, the location of each specific carrier group probably shouldn't be on top of mind. It was he just misspoke, and I think it speaks to the liberals, the weakness of their criticism of President Trump. That's what a guy like Steven needs to call up and talk about. That's not a big deal. He didn't know where the carrier group was. He was able to get warm beer home. This is Steve Robinson in for the Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Are you sick of... What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
$700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
When your business vehicles get dirty and your customers see that dirt is literally on your good name. But how do you keep your vehicles clean without pulling them off the road for hours? With pressure washers from Maine Oxy. Maine Oxy now carries pressure washers for jobs of any size. Clean your fleet in minutes and your good name. Call Maine Oxy for a free on-site demo, and Maine Oxy will bring you 5 gallons of soap free. That'll keep your good name clean for quite a while. Call today, MaineOxy.com.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papageorge, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect, can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Can you give us a question? I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir, can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
So just one last thing on the caller that we had just before the break. He's going after President Trump because he said that an aircraft carrier was headed to North Korea, but it was headed someplace else. You know what? If he had been right about the location of the aircraft carrier, Stephen would have been calling in and saying, "Oh my God, you can't trust Trump. He's revealing the location of our carrier group. Oh, we gotta impeach him." So I'm just not that concerned about it. You know, I'm more concerned with an effective foreign policy, a forward-leaning defense posture that is, protecting our guys in Syria in a restrained, responsible way, and getting American citizens who are held hostage back. But now I get to get to a story that I teased a little bit earlier. And some of the texters have been saying, we need to get the United Nations involved here. These kind of international diplomatic tinderboxes, it's just the reason we created the United Nations. So we could get the community of nations together to really solve these problems in a peaceful way, and in a peaceful way that promotes democracy and comity and niceness in the world stage. Well, sorry, guys, the United Nations is actually busy on more important business. Delegates from 189 countries are currently meeting in Geneva as part of a specialized international committee within the UN's World Intellectual Property Organization. The committee is pushing for 3 pieces of international law, pardon me while I laugh, to be put in place. These parts of international law will expand international property regulations to protect indigenous property, ranging from designs to language. The UN should obligate states to create effective criminal and civil enforcement procedures to recognize and prevent the non-consensual taking and illegitimate possession, sale, and export of traditional cultural expressions. And that's according to James Anaya, Dean of Law at the University of Colorado. That's what he told the committee. In other words, they're trying to ban cultural appropriation. They're trying to ban cultural appropriation. And for those of you who aren't up to date on the sins that you can commit against liberalism, one of the big ones is cultural appropriation. That would be like Grace wearing dreadlocks, or that would be like white people operating a burrito stand like we saw out in Oregon. That would be cultural appropriation. So this is the stuff that the United Nations is focused on, the serious stuff.
It really bothers me, though, because I feel like it affects millennial girls more than anyone else. You can't
wear hoop earrings.
I can't have hoops.
You would be
I can't have braids.
African culture.
When I was a young girl and I would go away on vacation, I would always get beads and braids, and it hurt so bad to get them in, but I was so cool when I came back because everyone knew that I went away on vacation.
Now it's illegal. The UN is going to make it illegal for you to get braids.
10-year-old me would be so sad right now.
I just want to know, is this going to be enforced against people other than Americans? Does Japan and China, do they no longer get barbecue chicken? Because barbecue is a pretty thoroughly American thing. Do they still get to watch football or play football? Because that's an American thing. I mean, how far are we going to go? Put me down now and forever in favor of cultural appropriation, because there are plenty of places in the world that I wish would appropriate more of Western culture. I think that the entire world would be a better, more harmonious, peaceful place if they would appropriate a little bit of our culture. And that's cultural appropriation has been a secret to America's success. The idea that you come here and you bring some of your culture, but it also assimilates. Other people appropriate it. You can be a Mexican guy who makes a good Italian pasta sauce. You don't have to be Italian to make Italian food. But not according to the UN.
The texters are calling for dreadlocks, Steve. This might be my new thing tomorrow.
Well, the UN has made their decision. Let them come out of New York and enforce it. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
And now, a bunch of